Heavily supported by the Montserrat Amateur Basketball Association, and this broadcast is brought to you in collaboration with Magic Media and YouTube. So to all you basketball fans that are tuning in, we're here on the first game here at the Multi-Purpose Sports Center. My name is Ben Scarrett, and I'll do the best I can with the ball. This game. Yeah, definitely have. If you missed the first weekend of basketball, you definitely would have missed pretty interesting lineups as we had the champion team Braves take on the Wolves and the Dragons took on the Panthers. Very interesting lineup there. So now we're going to look at the remainder of the first quarter of the first game this evening. If you're looking at the gentlemen dressed in black and white on the court, the officials, the referees for the game, Mr. Jordan Ryan is at center court, and Mr. George Green is on the baseline with Mr. Jamal Wade nearest to the bench. So there'll be a shot attempt here at the free throw line where Teshawn Phillip will be lining up for his first shot on the basketball court. Once again, you're listening to the Philomagic broadcast of the Ascendant Basketball League. This is the second year, and you're looking at the first game of two games this evening right here at the Multipurpose Sports Center. Basketball is alive and well for the Under-25 League. Here is Teshawn Phillip, takes two dribbles, lines his shot up. The free throw is not good. It's the front of the rim, and he's having a conversation with himself here as he builds some confidence. The referee has collected the rebound, and everybody is signaled to remain in their lanes. Second attempt will be going up shortly. Here's Teshawn Phillip, two dribbles over the front of his toe, lines up with the rim, and that shot is good. Score now 19-9 as Jazik Weeks, number 7, brings the ball over half court. Here is Aiden Liver, number 3, passing the ball to Shaquille White in the center, who is dribbling and spinning at the top of the key. Aiden driving jab step to Jazik Weeks, but he's guarded there by none other than Steroy. And he passes to Russell, who gets it across to Aiden. 1 second on the shot clock, and I think it's going to be a shot clock violation there on the team. Yes, the shot clock violation there, as Wolves are rewarded with the ball. And here is Teshawn getting the ball to Stevel Rodney. If you're just tuning in, you're looking at the first game of 2 games this evening. And here is Trayson trying to get that ball. Unfortunately, the ball ricocheted off Aiden Liven, and the ball will remain with the Wolves. Here's Trayson, number 4. Partner to Teshawn Phillip. He gets it to Trayson, bounce pass, and he passes it in the corner to Young Weeks, and Weeks misses the three-pointer, but Teshawn Phillip collects the rebound, offensive rebound, and he sticks it back on the glass. Here's Jazik Weeks, number 7, bringing the ball over the half. Looking to get it to Aiden Liven, where number 3 crosses over at the top of the key, and he's looking to see who's the available man. 15 seconds left on the shot clock. Slide pass down to the baseline. Jazik pump fakes, and he floats it over, but the ball ricochets off the side of the ring. Ball is going to head down the court, and I see none other than Mr. Stevel Rodney on the baseline. He's going to pass the ball in to number 9, Cleveland Skerritt, who's bringing the ball over the half. Here's Cleveland. Here's Stevel trying to get the ball, taking a 1-2 drive there. Here's Jazik, number 7, has the ball. He's dribbling, going to take a layup attack, right-hand layup for a left-hand player, and he converts. Score now 21-11. And here's Cleveland Skerritt getting it to Teshawn Phillip, but it bounces off his leg. But Weeks collects the ball. Jaleel Weeks collects the ball, gets it to Cleveland Skerritt, and there's none other than Stevel Rodney who pushes it to, yes, Trayson, and Trayson, number 4, connects and finishes strongly there in the basket. Here it is, Aiden Liver, number 3 for the Wolves. Gets it to Jazik Weeks, number 7. Jazik is going to dribble penetrate, and he misses the shot there. Rebound by Jalil, who gets it to Teshawn Phillip, and there's a 3-point attempt. Hits the back of the rim, but Trayson is there for the rebound. And Aiden Liven throwing his body there into the play, collecting that rebound for his team and getting it to none other than Shaquille White. But Cleveland Skerritt collects the rebound, and now he's going the other way, driving hard to the basket, converts for 2 points. So if you're just joining us here at the live stream, Philomagic Media bringing you the Ascendant's first match of the second weekend of basketball, and it's very interesting basketball tonight because you have the Wolves versus the Panthers. And yes, both teams are very much in good spirits. They're playing high-intensity basketball, and of course, all the bench and the coaching staff is well prepared for this matchup this evening. So we have substitutions now with 1 minute and 14 seconds left in this, the first quarter. And I see, yes, Mr. Johnson has checked in. And here's Aiden Liven getting the ball across. Takes a long 3-point shot attempt there. And hits the glass. Basket is good for Aiden Liven, bringing the score now to 24-16. 1 minute remaining in this, the first quarter. And here's Cleveland Skerritt getting into Teshawn Phillip, driving to the middle, making some contact. Shaquille White gets the ball, and here's Steven Rodney. He's just catching a rebound and pressing it there. 17 points there for the Wolves. Here is Jaleel Weeks, or Jazik Weeks rather, who's going to the basket, and a foul attempt made there. So Jazik is going to go to the free throw line to get a chance to shoot 2 free throws. As referee George Green speaking to the players and telling them to remain composed and remain understanding that it's not going to be a two-shot foul. It's going to be a side ball. So here's Aiden Liven for the Panthers. Getting across to Jazik Weeks. Gets it to Johnson, who takes a 3, or Shaquille White rather. And Aiden ricocheting that ball off of Stevel Rodney rather. And the ball will stay with the Wolves. Here is Jazik to Aiden. 10 seconds on the clock. Getting it to Shaquille White. Spins around. Tries the ball move there, but there's Steven Rodney who gets the rebound. Passes up the court to Teshawn Phillip. 20 seconds left, and there's a flip, and he slides out of bounds where some legs collide under the basket. But hopefully nobody is injured, and they can resume play here shortly. So the score now, with 24 seconds left in the first quarter, 24-17. And it is definitely an interesting lineup as these two teams are well prepared, and they have been watching the matches from the last weekend. So the coaching staff has definitely adjusted as Coach Boomout is now back on island. His name is Mr. Andre Daly. And we have Steven Rodney. He's going to get a chance to score 2 free throws. I say welcome to the founder himself, Mr. Julius Fergus, as he has joined us in the booth. And I'm going to just cue him on here. Julius, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes, and I must welcome you and congratulate you firstly on the basketball tournament, the return of the Ascendant's basketball tournament. Tell us a little bit about what's going on this year.
Definitely. It's same 4 teams. Teams are a bit switched up. Some guys have switched their affiliation. Well, the coaches have chosen who they wanted. Some guys have remained. The core staff has remained, but we have some guys from the MSS as well involved. So it's a good, exciting mix, you know.
And absolutely, I mean, this type of energy will definitely make it more competitive.
Definitely.
So as you're looking here, I see some coaches, some familiar coaches. You want to speak a little bit about the coaching staff for the team?
Yeah, well, we have Mr. Andre Daly. He coached the Drummonds team last year.
Right.
This year he's coaching the Wolves, which I previously coached in last year's tournament. He has, as his assistant coach, a young upstart, Mr. Damani Armstrong, who also, he used to play, but because of injury, he still wants to contribute in some way, so he's helping Mr. Daly with his coaching duties.
Very well. And what about the other side? I see a familiar face there as
Yeah,
Mr.
we have Mr. Rodney Brown, a
Okay.
former player himself. He's been coaching for a little while, so it's a good mix, good coaching staff, good players and good competition.
Absolutely, and from what I've seen thus far this evening, the teams have adjusted their lineups to make sure that the games remain competitive. Here's Teshawn Phillip driving to the lane with 1 second left in the first quarter. But for
Yes,
the first quarter of this game, I must say it has been very welcome, highly intense. As I
yes,
really see the defense has picked up, and definitely offensive players have found the cracks and been able to score.
definitely. The Wolves have strengthened their team. They have a few big men alongside them tonight, so it's a bit of a challenge for the Panthers to penetrate the lane like they usually do. So, you know, a bit of blocking power on the inside creates some intimidation.
Absolutely. And what do you see in the difference in the character and the drive of the young players this year? I mean, there seems to be a little bit more excitement as they know that they're playing for trophies, they're playing for actually winning something.
Yes, definitely, and they've already developed the rivalries between one another. Last year, the teams were fresh. There wasn't much affiliation, but players already there's a champion now, so they already want to dethrone the champion, and everybody else wants to be the champion. So
Yes, definitely the rivalries have built up, and of course the player camaraderie and the different teams has built up as well. And I like the fact that you have national players mixed in with these young MSS players, and they now are teaching them some of the basketball strategies that they would have learned over their basketball career. And it's good to see the continuation. I must say the mentorship from the youth players to the MSS, and that is happening naturally. So I like the atmosphere that has been set up, and I have to, of course, support the Montserrat Amateur Basketball Association, who is supporting in the background. They help organize basketball activities on island. But Julius, what do you see for these youngsters going forward, the opportunities for them? Because you are a former student athlete.
being a former student athlete is, as you said, it's education and employment. Um, Sport has developed way past just a pastime now, and the price of an education in the 70s was about 300 and something dollars a semester. Now it's 100 plus $1,000 for 4 years. You know what I mean? So it's definitely a big difference. It's definitely a change. It's getting harder to reach for the small man. So if you could give them the opportunity through playing, through sports, it's one more step for a young man in Montserrat or a few young men in Montserrat to get the opportunity to advance themselves and their families.
Absolutely, and just to take it back from 20 to 40 years ago, now in Montserrat, where we can't bring in coaches overnight because of our remote distance and where we're located, now we're able to live stream this game. So I have to say special shout out to Philo Magic Media for making this broadcast possible, because they will be broadcasting the games and, of course, creating that history. So if a coach wants to see how a particular player performed a particular night against certain competition, there's some media there to capture that.
Definitely, definitely. Philo Magic, ZJB, the whole crew is creating that film that's necessary to be for feedback. We need to have that feedback loop so we can see the errors that we made, where we need to correct. It's okay for your coach to be telling you, but for you to be seeing yourself and making the adjustments on your own time and holding yourself accountable, you'll be able to grow at an exponential rate.
Absolutely correct, Julius. And I want to thank you for coming in thus far and sharing with me. I hope we'll be able to come in again and continue some of the conversations as we return to the second quarter of the first game. But if you're on island and you're looking for some basketball activity, I'm telling you, the Ascendant League is the place to be, right here at the Multipurpose Sports Center. My name is Jensen Skerritt, and until you get here, I will try my best to give you the ball-by-ball commentary. So as you look at the half court now, you'll see Mr. George Green, referee senior official at night, handing the ball over to Jaleel Weeks, and he's passing it to Stephen Rodney. Jab step, he's looking to see who's available. He goes on the left side of the court, sizes up his defender, crosses over, goes back to the middle, pass fake down into the corner. Deep three there by Teshawn Phillip, who's a little bit short, and Jaleel in the right place at the right time, gets the offensive rebounds and sticks it back. What do you think about the play? Less dribbling, and they're using the ball as the sixth man, Mr. Julius.
Well, that's the style of play now in the NBA. The game is in basketball in general. The game is a lot more fast paced. There's, even though the guys have a lot more dribbling ability, They utilizing the pass, they utilizing movement to get themselves in open space.
Absolutely. As you see, Cleveland scared, small in size, but definitely not giving up on that play, getting that defensive rebound. Jump ball signal there by Mr. George Green on the baseline, and the ball will remain with the Panthers, it looks like. Is it the Panthers? The Wolves.
The Wolves.
Yes, so the Wolves will get that ball there. As you see, Johnson collecting the ball on the baseline, sliding it across there on the sideline to Jazik Weeks, number 7, left-hand guard from St. John's. And here is the ball now with Aiden Livon, who winds up for a three-pointer. Teshawn Skies for a rebound, collects that defensive rebound and brings the ball ably over the backcourt. Passes it to Stevel Rodney, tall guard, who gets it down to Cleveland Skerritt, who doesn't hesitate, but he shoots a near ball. And I see Montserrat's very own Charles Barkley checking into the game and getting that ball. A big block there by Stevel Rodney, and the ball now with Teshawn Phillip as he penetrates, goes coast to coast, gets some contact on Rajan Bazi, and foul there. So Teshawn goes back to the cherry stripe.
Yeah. 2 number 11s, Teshawn Phillip and Tejan Bazi.
I like what I see with Mr. Young Bazi this evening. He's growing into himself. He's getting more comfortable on the court. Increased minutes this evening. He's checked in earlier. Yes. And he has been doing quite a bit of individual workout to get himself up to scratch as Teshawn connects with the first shot, bringing the score now to 23-26 in favor of the Panthers, it looked like, right?
In favor of the Wolves.
Yes, in favor of the Wolves, rather. Yeah. So it's 26-23 in favor of the Wolves. Here's Teshawn again, lining up again. Second shot, and the basket is once again good, bringing the lead down now to a 2-point lead for the Wolves. Here's Aiden Livon, number 3, guard from David Hill, bringing the ball over. He's guarded by Cleveland Skerritt. A screen there at the top, but he doesn't move. Jazik Weeks keeps the ball above his head. Aiden looking to dribble, penetrate. 10 seconds on the shot clock. Gets it right to Shaquille White.
Again.
Steven Rodney, a big guard down on the baseline, gets another block. And he's been very effective on the defensive end of the court this evening and has been playing some vital minutes for the team. Here's Bazi bringing the ball out for Aiden Livon, looking to dribble, penetrate. Once again, going down by the trees. A lot of English on that ball. And it looks like young Sweeney collecting the ball, but there's a foul there by Aiden Livon, who plays a bit aggressive, trying to get that loose ball, and he may have damaged himself, but ball awarded there to the Wolves.
To the Panthers.
Panthers, my bad.
Yes.
And here's Stephen Rodney passing it into none other than Devani Sweeney, and he gets it back to Stevel. Stevel is getting the ball, bounce pass, looking to get it to a player. Aiden Livon chases it down, but there's a big defender there who's ready to block, but Aiden collects that foul just now and puts himself at an opportunity to score 2 at the free throw line. Substitutions here at 8 minutes into the second quarter, and I think Aiden will have a sub for the shooter, looks like, after this. So the shooter will take his shot, and then after the shot, the shooter will get replaced by, it looks like, Mr. Jackson.
Yes. Aiden seems to have damaged one of his fingers.
Yes, he has damaged one of his fingers on the last collision with Stevel on the side on the loose ball foul, but he was able to make it up as he got Stevel off his feet and went to the basket and got a foul on Stevel. Pretty early in the game to get these fouls, but they have good foul management thus far.
Definitely.
So here's Aiden Livon taking the second shot, bends his knees, flicks his wrist, holds his follow-through. Stevel Rodney skies for the ball, and he's pushing down the sideline to Teshawn Phillip, who jab steps, fakes, goes baseline, pump fakes, and Jazik Weeks, number 7, collects the ball, goes around his back, and he's going to get it to Aiden Livon, who's going to penetrate, going to the basket, and blocked there by Devani Sweeney. I want to say thanks to Julius as he checks back out, and we will resume the ball-by-ball commentary as substitution here now at 7 minutes and 50 seconds into the second quarter as Rajay Jackson checks in for Aiden Livon. So that's the exchange there, and we have number 6 coming on for number 3 as Teshawn Phillip brings the ball up in the backcourt, looks to call a guard, passes it to Divy Sweeney. Divy Sweeney driving to the right, passing the ball into the corner, deep to Jaleel Weeks, hits the iron, and Jackson, Rajay Jackson, number 6, collects the ball and gets it over to none other than Johnson, who gets it back to Jackson, who's going to drive on the baseline, but I hear a whistle there as he attacks the basket, and a foul called on none other than Cleveland Skerritt. So number 9 is going to be in the book for the Panthers. Yes. And the ball, 2 shots now with the Wolves. Jackson is at the free throw line. Two dribbles by Jackson, who's lining up. Hits the front iron. Needs to settle his shot and take a breath between those dribbles. As he composes himself, he's just checking in, so he has to get the butterflies out of himself. 26 to 24 in favor of the Wolves. Second shot by Jackson. He settles.
A technique that a lot of professionals use is they actually visualize the shot before taking it.
Absolutely. And that seems to work a lot when we are in a pressure situation. It's called being clutch.
Definitely.
And knowing what to do in the situation. Here's Sweeney bringing the ball over the half. Bounce pass to Stevel Rodney, tall guard. Pushes it down into the corner. And the ball is going to now come back up with Teshawn Phillip, but he
stolen by Mr. Robin Yearwood.
Yes, Robin Johnson. And Robin gets the ball out of bounds there by the Wolves. But good defense there by the Wolves to keep off the attack of the Panthers thus far. 27-24 comfortably there for the last 3 minutes. 7 minutes, 11 seconds in the second quarter. Steven Rodney has the ball, bringing it over to the back court. He's guarded by Jazik Weeks. Here's Trayson dribbling and penetrating. Divi taking a long three, hits the back iron, and Trayson collects the ball once again. And he's signaled for traveling there as he takes a few steps before he pivots and looks to see how he gets himself going. So that's something Trayson still has to work on. Great rebound, but the action after these things are some things that we have to pay attention to.
Definitely.
Here is Jazik, senior guard on the court, number 7. Jazik Weeks, number 7 for the Wolves. He's guarded by Sweeney. Gets it to Johnson. Johnson is driving. Oh no, Shaquille White rather. And here's Teshawn Phillip. He's in full attack mode. Converts on the transition basket, bringing the score now to 26-27. Wolves still up by 1. And here's Jazik Weeks, who is trapped at the half court. And the ball is stripped by Jaleel Weeks rather. And here's Divi Sweeney. Contact and collects the basket. 2 points good. Lead change. First lead change for the game, second quarter. And steal there by Teshawn Phillip on Tejon Bazi. Teshawn has the ball. He's looking to see who's available. Changing his direction and changing his speed. Tejon Bazi getting the rebound, but it's stolen by Trayson Chewitt. And he gets it to Divi Sweeney, who dials up a three-pointer. Score now 31-27 in favor of the Panthers. 6 minutes here in the second quarter. Here it is. Philomagic Media bringing you the basketball action in Montserrat. Ascendant Basketball League, second year. And here's Rajay Jackson on the 3 line, dialing up a 3. But he's a little bit strong, getting away from those jitters, Julius. Basketball interesting here in Montserrat once again.
Definitely, the Panthers have decided to apply a double team to whoever is bringing down the guard, and that seems to be creating a lot of steals for them early up in the play. You know, Mr. Jaleel Weeks along with Teshawn Phillip at the top of the key is creating a lot of havoc for the Wolves and preventing them from getting the ball down deep or even driving to the hoop.
Well, I definitely like the defensive strategy there being executed by the Panthers, I must say, as well, as they are seeming to be closing out on the guards as well. So it's more than just moving their feet and committing a foul. They're actually communicating and say, here's the guard. Let's trap this guard at the half court. Let's reach out. And that can only build better basketball players. It's only going to make the game more interesting. So what I want to see coming out of that now is some high screens at the top of the key, so players can get open and some quicker passes. And definitely that will get the ball much more close to the hoop, as somebody's going to be open once those 2 defenders come out on that guard at the top. Let's see how the offense reacts as we return to play here at the second quarter. So the ball will be with the Panthers, and the Wolves are now in defense.
Definitely. Mr. Lotis Martin, a young and upcoming guard, has just checked into the court for the Panthers.
Yes, member of the MSS team, and I think he's in fifth form now. As you see, Devani Sweeney bringing the ball. Here's Stevel Rodney at the corner in his usual position, looking to see how to capitalize. A Shaquille White springing to life like a cat, getting it to Aiden Liven, and Aiden using his body, trying to get that ball into the hoop. Here's Trayson Chewitt, getting it to Stevel Rodney, passing the ball to the corner. I see a 3-point dialed up. Stevel Rodney collecting that rebound, and that's the second rebound. He's had the offensive rebounds. He has been driving that ball through the middle. A lot of long 3 and a foul there. Terrible foul on a 3-point shooter who will get 3 shots at the free throw line. And that's hard when the defense has been playing that well, and he has 6 seconds left in the shot clock. What you typically want to do is continue to close out and not allow that foul to happen, because then you're going to actually send them to the line, or they could be awarded the ball on the side and reset the shot clock. So you want to make sure you just continue to play that clean defense that they were playing. I want to give it up to the Wolves for the improvement in the defense from first game to this game.
It's upon the big men as well to, once a shot has gone up, clear out the inside, box out as good as possible, because as you realize, the Panthers have been getting a lot of second chances because of the lack of boxing out by the Wolves. So if they could at least even stop the guys from getting in or jumping, that could prevent a lot of those second opportunities and instances like this where you have players getting that chance and being fouled on the attempt.
Absolutely. As you see the ball once again with the Panthers, Devon pump fake gets into chasing through it. Here's Lotis Martin taking a three, his first shot of the game. And Lotis trying to rebound once again. Ball seems to be signaled to go head up the court for the Wolves. So the Wolves will be inbounding the ball now with 4 minutes, 58 seconds. We're at the halfway mark here for the second quarter. So the coaches seem to be recognizing what's going on. Here is Aiden Liven, number 3, bringing it up the center of the court as he looks to see they're in a 3. The Panthers are in a 3-2 zone, and it has a steal there early in that play as Devon Sweeney gets it to the guard, who passes it down to Tracy Truitt, who's looking for an available hand. Stephen Rodney gets it to Devon Sweeney, and here's Devon Sweeney.
Nice sweep through.
Nice sweep through and circle shot to get that basket up and in. Good shot there. So here's Jazik Weeks, number 7 for the Wolves, bringing it over. Score now 27-35. Aiden Liven driving to the baseline and getting it off that glass.
Definitely creating some well-needed offense for the Wolves. They have been in quite a bit of a slump since the start of the...
Yes, they've been in a slump for 5 minutes, but Jazik Weeks answering the call and playing some tough defense there and then getting the ball on offense. Shaquille White going to convert on an and-one play as he gets the body under the basket and converts, bringing the score now to 31-35, still in favor of Panthers, but some and-one play there by Shaquille White, and he's going to get a chance to go for a shot at the cherry stripe. As I see the bench signaling some substitution here, so number 13 is going to go in for number 14. Mulcair is out. So Mulcair is out, and Russell is now in for the Wolves. And one shot attempt by Mr. Shaquille White, number 8, as he dials up a free throw. Basket is good, bringing the score closer, 32-35, still in favor of the Panthers. Here is none other than Devon Sweeney. Divi looking to get the ball over the half. He has accomplished that. An easy steal there by Jazik Weeks, but Divi gets it back. He's putting his body now in between the ball. Stephen Rodney jab step on the baseline, switches it across to Devon, who is jab stepping and taking a 3. He's comfortable, but here is Trace and Chewitt, big on the glass. But rebound there, got by Aiden Liven. Here's Jazik trying to spin in the lane. Unfortunately, spins a little too soft, and the ball is stolen by the Panthers. And Stephen Rodney in transition, going coast to coast. 2 points, bringing the score now, 37-32. And here comes the Wolves. Number 3, Aiden deciding to walk on the sideline with the ball. The Panthers still in a 3-2 defense, which has been ticklish to penetrate thus far, as they are very long and athletic and reaching out to close out these offensive players. At the top of the 3-2, you have Stephen Rodney on the left, Lotis Martin on the right. You have feature line extended, Devon Sweeney on the baseline, tracing through it. And we have a young player here. It looks like Clinton Reese on the baseline. Very interesting play thus far. And very competitive, I may add, as the Panthers seem to have set up a sticky defense here that has slowed the Wolves' attack quite some.
Yes, definitely. Mr. Shaquille White, though, continues to penetrate and draw those fouls off the Panthers. So someone has to penetrate and get through to them. Mr. Russell looking a bit jittery, a bit nervous.
Yes, here's Russell to Aiden. Aiden bounce pass to Jazik Weeks, senior guard, dials up a 3. And you know that's something that they have to close out on because he has the ability to be a threat, an offensive threat at any time. So 3 points there, 35-37. Still, the Panthers are up by 2. Here's Devon Sweeney, who tries to bounce pass to Trayson. And he skip pass to Reese. Reese gets a steal, passes it over to Devon, who's going to look to get the ball to the hoop. And here's Stephen Rodney collecting that offensive rebound and sticking it back in there. Score 39-35. Here's Johnson getting it to Aiden Liven, who's guarded by Lotis Martin. And Stevel Rodney just everywhere on the court, on the glass, on the rebound, and now playing some amazing center defense as he's stretching those long limbs in the passing lane and getting some deflections and steals.
And man, very talented athlete in quite a few sports. He's excelling in cricket. He's shot up. You know, he's about 6'5", 6'6" now and playing at a point guard position. He's definitely a great benefit to any team that he's playing on right now.
Yes, Shaquille White, indeed, Mr. Julius, indeed. And as you see, the Wolves trying to find some more points. Jazik Weeks trying to dribble penetrate, but Sweeney collects that ball and gets it to Trace and through it. Here's Teshawn Phillip. They're driving on the wing, 1-2, trying to pass, and Johnson collects and gets it to Jazik Weeks. It's a one-on-one situation, and a little bit too strong there as he drives on the left. Trace and through it collects the rebound and is looking to bring the ball close to coast, but he's stolen by Aiden Livon, and he's going to go all the way to the cup. And he tried to pass it back to Jazik Weeks. After he passed all the defenders, he decided to go the other way. Here's Lotis Martin, who settles down the game and gets 2 points to hold off the attack of the Panthers. These are important points at these junctions. Here's Shaquille White, dribble penetrated, but again he gets Reese in foul trouble as he throws himself into the hoop and gets fouled there by Reese. Reese has to play on the ground and slide those feet a little bit more.
They have to try and get Shaquille stopped, but he seems to find a way through each time. You know, using that crossover and that spin and them getting them out of the way.
Absolutely. If you're just joining us, you're looking at the Ascendant's second annual basketball tournament down at the Multipurpose Sports Center. My name is Jenzo Skerritt. I'm here in the studio with Julius Ferguson. We're going to do the ball-by-ball commentary for this, the first game of the second night. The shot just now by Mr. Shaquille White for the Wolves, trying to narrow the lead of the Panthers as you see the score with 1 minute and 36 seconds remaining. 41 points for the Panthers and 35 points for the Wolves. Second shot no good as Teshawn Phillip collects the defensive rebound and he's looking to pass it to Trayson Truitt on the other side. Trayson trying to dribble in the middle and Devonnie Sweetie dials up a three-pointer. A little bit strong there as Aiden Livon collects the rebound and Reese again with his third foul there. That's 3 quick fouls. I mean, he played some good minutes, but I hope the referee decides to pull him out of the game because if not, he's not going to be a factor here in the second half of the game.
Definitely. 2 of the more effective big men, Mr. Stevel Rodney and Clinton Reese, in foul trouble early.
Yes, they are. So I see Reese has approximately 3 fouls on number 8. Yes, 3 fouls on Mr. Reese as I look at the scorecard. And if the referee knows what's happening, the coach rather, I think he probably look to pull him out pretty soon. But here's Aiden Livon at the free throw line. And he's nice and patient on that shot this time. That converts. One more shot available here on the bonus situation. Aiden Livon takes 2 dribbles. Flicks the wrist a little bit hard, and Reese is big with that rebound. I like what I'm seeing from that guy. Aiden wrapping up young number 10 who's just checked into the game. Wrapping him up is going to be a jump ball signal. The ball will be awarded to?
I think the last one went to the Panthers, so this might be Wolves' ball.
Yes, it looks like they have signaled the ball will go with the Panthers because the last one was the Wolves' ball.
Yes, sir.
So 1 minute, 21 seconds in the half. Here's Teshawn Phillip to Lotis Martin, dribbling over the half court. Here's a steal, a kickball there by Reese. And the kickball by Reese means the ball will be awarded to the Wolves. So they missed the possession. They have a very valuable position because it's critical time. And this time is when you want to hold that position and get the maximum out of the shot clock. Aiden Livon has the ball for the Wolves. Gets it to number 12, Winspear. Kenville Kerwan rather. 5, passing it down to Kerwan and off the glass, Johnson. Big man, knowing how to get that rebound, offensive rebound and connecting. 38-41 with 1 minute remaining in the half. Here's Teshawn Phillip lining up. Nobody's on him. Hits the front iron. Here's Lotis Martin. Collects the offensive rebound. Big guy Jazik Weeks sticks his hand in there and steals the ball. And rebound by Teshawn Phillip, who is now passing to Lotis Martin, and that's what I call trust. Takes a big 1-2, and he goes there. But Jazik getting that ball and stripping it away from him. Gets it to Aiden Livon and stripped there by Teshawn Phillip. Ball stays with the Wolves and is getting ticklish down here with 30 seconds left. 30 seconds left in the first half. Magic Media bringing you the live broadcast of the Ascendant's second annual basketball league. Here is Johnson passing it to Shaquille White, who hits the front iron. Ball tipped out of bounds there by Johnson, and the ball will go to the Panthers with 26 seconds left in this the half. Inbound by Teshawn Phillip, who's talking to the referee, to his coach, bringing the ball over. 20 seconds here in the half. Shaquille White closing out. Here's a screen by Lotis Martin. Must be very careful with that before he brings the defender. And Phillip goes all the way, and the bounce rebound there by Kerwin Kenville. Gets it to Shaquille White. 5 seconds. Here's Shaquille White. He's going all the way. Gets it to Kenville. Long three by Jazik. Hits the iron. Rebound here by Teshawn Phillip. And at the end of the first half, the score, the Wolves still at 38 and the Panthers still comfortable at 41. So listeners, I give you a chance now, a 5-minute break to get to the bathroom or get some refreshment. Join us down here at the Basketball Center if you're at Island. And if not, check us back online on Magic Media as we bring you the second half of the first game between the Wolves and the Panthers. My name is Jensen Skerritt. I'll talk to you soon.
Soca Brainwash. We are back in Trinidad for Carnival after the hiatus, and these are the songs that you need to get accustomed to. Let's go.
One music uniting one world under one sun. Soca Brainwash.
I'm jumping up, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm feeling our way, yeah, yeah. I'm jumping up, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm feeling our way, yeah, yeah.
Thank you, Father. Soca Brainwash Festival is the home of Bacchanal. Thank you, Father. Soca Brainwash 23. And if this is a dream, I don't want to wait. Brainwash is rum and his waist. Look at y'all in any place. Oh, oh. Private Ryan on the stage. I could feel the spirit. Oh. Whoa. Is this a fact or is this a dream? Is this how brainwashers feel? Bench me right now to know if it real. Is this a fact or is this a dream? Brainwashers a dream. So called brainwashers fed till another day. Fed till another day. Tell them right now I ain't a dream. So called brainwashers fed till another day.
I'm jumping up, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm feeling our way, yeah, yeah.
Soca Brainwash, we getting on, oh.
I'm jumping up, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm feeling our way, yeah, yeah.
Soca Brainwash. Thank you, Father, for the sweetest festival. Is the Uma Bacchanal. Thank you, Father, for only memories. And if this is a dream, I don't want to wait, cause it's rum and it's waste. Look at y'all in the place. Whoa, whoa. When the sun starts to race, I could feel the spirit. Whoa, whoa. Is this a fact or is this a dream? Is this a weapon us feel? Bench me right now to know if it real. Is this a fact or is this a dream? We live in a dream. Tell them it's fact till another day. Fact till another day. Tell them right now I ain't a dream. Fact till another day. Cause right now I'm jumping up, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm feeling our way, yeah, yeah. I getting on. Don't wake me up, no. I'm jumping up, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm feeling our way, yeah, yeah. I getting on.
Everybody jump up, put up your hand. Everybody jump up, put up your hand. Everybody jump up, put up your hand. We celebrate like millionaires. Everybody jump up, put up your hand. Everybody jump up, put up your hand. Everybody jump up, put up your hand. We celebrate like millionaires. Say oh, 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 oh. Yeah, 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 yeah.
study it tonight because even if you must spend your last, we go party to the music, yeah. Success comes in the morning, we will prove it. But tonight, don't let we do this. Put all us in the air now, air now, air now, air now. Where we celebrate now, break now, break now, break now. All us in the air now, air now, air now, air now. Like too short to care. If it's your money instead, come let we fetch the millionaires. Come let we fetch the millionaires. I want to see us up in the air now. Come let we fetch the millionaires. Fetch the millionaires. Everybody jump up, put up your hands. Everybody jump up, put up your hands. Everybody jump up, put up your hands. We celebrate like millionaires. Everybody jump up, put up your hands. Everybody jump up, put up your hands. Everybody jump up, put up your hands. Celebrate like millionaires.
Everything's so nice, feel like I could fly. Oh my, I feel like I could fly away, together. You and me, together. Darling, you and me. Electric love, don't be vulnerable. Spirits lift it so high. Come dance with me tonight. Da 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 da, la da da da, la da 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 da, da 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 da, da 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 da, da 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 da, na 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 na. Everything's so nice, feel like I could fly. Oh my, I feel like I could fly away, together. You and me, together. Darling, you and me. Tell me what you want and what you need. This the kind of touch to make you feel. No, me never fake, my love is real. With you, it feel like we in a dream. Electric love, don't be vulnerable.
Yeah, we're back here at the Ascendant Under 25 Basketball League for the second half of action tonight. For the first game, we have the Wolves versus the Panthers. Score still at 38-41 in favor of the Panthers. We just had an out of bounds there by the Wolves, ball over to the Panthers. Teshan Phillip up the court, passes to Stevel Rodney. Tristan Chewit drove to the middle and collected a foul there. Big drive, Panthers utilizing their big men early. Their big men ended up in some foul trouble early in the first half. So they have the opportunity now to redeem themselves and try to play out the second half as best as possible. Yeah, we have the Mr. Ken Samuels here with us tonight. Great sportsman, PE teacher, Montserrat, very knowledgeable about all the sports to help us here with some commentary tonight. Don't know if you've seen the first half, but just to give your comments on what you've seen and the league so far.
Good evening to the listening public and Radio Land near and afar. Thank you for the opportunity tonight, Julius. I'm a little bit late tonight, but looking at the action, I see we have a interesting matchup tonight against is it the Wolves or the Panthers?
The Wolves versus the Panthers.
The Panthers, yes. The Wolves in the
blue.
The blue and with stripe, very lovely jerseys. I wonder if that's something that you've chose or that's something off of your production.
We had a part to play in the design of the jerseys, but they were finished by the company.
Okay.
And I was very pleased by what the finished product turned out to be.
Alright. And so far, I can see that the game's going well. 38 to 46. Is that the third quarter?
Definitely.
Just starting the third quarter. And
there.
we're asking everyone at home to bring the family out. A lovely atmosphere. The Little Bay Multi-Purpose Center, and that was that a traveling?
Traveling and Mr. Jason Chewitt.
Yes.
He seems to be having some trouble with his footwork for tonight. He's been getting a few of those
Is there any
calls.
injury, or I think it's the atmosphere? he's nervous at
Maybe.
the big scene.
Quite a few of them seem to be a bit nervous. He didn't play last week, but he came out tonight to contribute to his team. Even though they won last week without him, I guess they felt they needed the reinforcements to cement their position.
Yes.
So we have Mr. Aiden Lyman taking the ball to the top, played by Mr. Steven Rodney. 9 seconds on the shot clock. And Jazzy Weeks for a 3 in the corner.
Yes.
Brings the score to 41 to 45 in favor of the Panthers. Tashawn Phillip down the middle, drives through the center, loses the ball outside.
Did he collect a foul?
No, clean strip
Clean
according
strip,
to Mr.
okay.
Referee. Mr. George Green tonight, or referees tonight, Mr. Jamal Wade, Mr. George Green, and Jordan Ryan.
Yes. And one of our players, our young players, if you don't know by now, I think he's awarded a scholarship.
Definitely.
Yeah, so
it's partly why he hasn't been playing in this tournament in an effort to preserve him rather.
Okay. Yeah.
For his future endeavors.
Smart.
He still wanted to contribute and expand his capacity for the game, so he's being mentored by the veteran referees.
Yes. Inbound ball to Stevel, and that's a traveling called by Jordan.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Ryan called a traveling, and Stevel is asking where you went wrong, and I like that because they will ask, and then hopefully on the next play they would try to correct whatever errors they have made in the earlier pass.
Definitely. So we have Aiden Lyman over the half to Mr. Shaquille White, who slips through, goes up for the shot and draws a foul.
Yes.
And it seems Mr. Jason Chewitt, number 4. Shaquille for the night has been able to penetrate. The Wolves were having a bit of trouble earlier getting through to the lane, as the Panthers had a very tight 3-2 defense up top, stopping the ball at half court, but they've seemed to have found their way into the lane and drew a few fouls late in the first half and continuing with that momentum early in the third.
Yeah, as I wasn't here before, where's some of the points? Where they're collecting some of the points on the Panthers' behalf?
The Panthers, Mr. Tashawn Phillip, as usual.
Yeah.
He's been driving, getting to the hoop, especially on the fast breaks. Devon Sweeney shot 1 or 2 threes early up, as well as the point guard, point forward rather, Mr. Steven Rodney has been contributed, but it's been a team contribution rather.
Okay.
They've been picking up points from everyone. The Wolves, Mr. Jazzy Weeks has contributed quite a bit. The youngster, Tejan Bazi early up, gave them a few points. Jason seems to be struggling with that footwork. He's called for another traveling.
That again, we have to take him back into the playbook and give him some grassroots there.
Definitely. He's a bit old for the mini basketball program. Yeah, man, he could pass through. You never too old to learn, you know.
Inside.
Wow. Wolves there with 2 or 3 offensive rebounds. Shaquille White finally puts it into them. The Wolves back with the lead. Score now up to, well, they haven't taken the lead. It seems 44. They're down by 1 point. 44-45 in favor of the Panthers. They drove through. Devon Sweeney on the baseline.
Easy layup inside of the key.
Definitely good ball movement by the Panthers to get the lead back up to 3 points. Close game for most of the night. The largest lead has been about 8 points, I think. And Mr. Rodney to the corner to Jazzy Weeks, National Guard. He drives too strong.
Yes.
Tip back up by Shaki White again.
Yeah.
Scored now 46, 47 in favor of the Panthers. So 1 point lead.
With 6 minutes and 28 seconds on the clock. We're asking everyone outside to please come inside and have a little family moment watching our young talent displaying some of those talent right here. The cultural centers. Aiden drives and release that into the media.
Definitely. Aiden seems to be lacking a bit of English on his finish. A bit strong. When he puts the ball up on the basket. Steven Rodney pulls through with the steal.
And a lovely pass, but instead the wrong decision going up. The U-shot just went up straight to the basket, and Aiden coming off of the backboard, scoring that one. The game is a little bit scrappy at the moment. Throws up, but is that 2 from the inside of the area. Aiden Lyman coming down with the ball again. Pushing inside of the key, turning. Oh, lovely over the head, no look pass. Strong, and that was a foul going up strong inside of that area. Julius, just a little talk for our students or our young players who are playing outside. I often give them a quote to say, speak the language of the basketball, the language of the sport that you're playing.
Definitely.
Because as we do that, sometimes I heard a word here, which I will say, penetrate through the key and you dominate and come off the glass.
Definitely.
How important is it for youngsters to understand that the language of the sports give you a firm understanding of the game, or give someone some sort of insight that you know what you're saying?
Definitely, and as you said, it shows you not only your knowledge of the game, but it improves your communication with your fellow players, with your coaches. Makes it easier for the whatever plays, whatever scheme you guys may be running at the point in time to come across and help you guys to gel better.
Aiden comes down with the no-look pass and kind of a little upset with his teammates for not looking at that pass. I think they need to have some sort of kinetic connection there.
Definitely.
Coming in, if you have those lovely pass in your locker, and there's a timeout now.
I think it's a smart move by the coach to slow the pace down a bit.
Okay.
There's been a bit of a disconnect between the players. You know, a few nice passes being mishandled, and a lot of opportunities lost by, as we were just speaking about, lack of proper communication. Sometimes when the teams gel on a certain level, the communication is almost telepathic.
Yes.
You know. So not only is the spoken word important, but the chemistry that's built up in practice to know where your player is at the point in time and know where you should be yourself in order to collect the right passes and understand where your spot is and get the right shot, you know.
Okay. And up next, could you highlight for us who's playing next after this game, so our listeners can come out if they're just coming in from a dinner or a chill spot with their family, that they can make their way down here to the Little Bay multi-purpose playing complex, because lovely basketball is on, and you can hear us loud and clear on the radio. If you're on the internet, good evening. Wherever you are listening, we're asking you to watch. We have one of the best stadiums in the Caribbean, and we're going to boast. We're going to continue to build our youngsters and give them that head start, what they need, on their journey to be professionals.
Yeah, man, we have access to the best equipment. We should have the best players as well.
Yes.
To use that equipment efficiently and effectively.
And again, that pass that we're talking about, Aiden and Russell not looking, getting that ball, and Aiden has started holding his head. And I love to see some of the youngsters from the MSS taking part. Like you have Russell, you have Tejan Bazi right there.
Lotis
as well. Lotis is on here. Okay.
He's on playing for the Panthers.
Yes.
Aiden live and there with a nice finish. As we were speaking about earlier, the next game is actually a big one. We have a rematch of last year's finals with the Braves facing the Dragons.
And a lovely three from downtown by
Mr. Devani Sweeney.
Mr. Sweeney, yes.
So we welcome Mr. Jenzi Skewit back for a bit of commentary as I take
Stevel goes with a jam, and we're looking for that call. Wonder what that call is. That a foul? And he has called a foul on Aiden Liven for going up, blocking him off the rim inside of the key. So who goes to the line? Is that Stevel Rodney going to the line? And you can see Aiden is a bit trouble with himself. He better mind that there's no technical, because the official is looking at him from the corner of the eye.
Yes, and I will join in at this time and say welcome to my brother, Coach Kenford. Welcome to the commentators booth. And next week, Julius, I just want to remind all our listeners that it's the Mother's Day edition. So we're inviting all the mothers of all the players at the basketball court to come on down and see their students, their sons play basketball. It's important for the family units to be together. So mothers, we're inviting you for the Mother's Day edition next weekend. Very special tribute to all mothers. Come out and see your sons play right here at the Multipurpose Sports Center. They want to give homage and thanks to the efforts that you put into them to make them the young men that they are today. And they want to show you that appreciation by the next weekend. So here is Tejon Bazi trying to drive into the hoop, and he's stripped there. But here comes Teshawn Phillip, who's going to show him an alley-oop attempt, but a rebound by Divy Sweeney, who's going to float that shot, making the score now 58-51 in favor of the Panthers. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to Philomagic basketball action at Ascendant's Year 2 second annual basketball tournament. With the first game of the second night, it is the Wolves versus the Panthers. And at this time, 3 minutes to go in the third quarter, 3 minutes almost left in the third quarter, and basketball action alive and well, and with the Ascendance program giving you a flavor, a different style. It's usually an Easter break, but we're bringing it a little bit later, and definitely the turnout is good thus far. So here's Jazik Weeks bringing it over the half. Good screen by Tejon Bazi, who goes all the way to the hoop, and a foul there. So you see what happens, Kenford, when they start to execute what they have been practicing.
Yes.
So there's a good screen at the top. It changes the defender. So there's a switch off at the top of the key. Jazzy goes on a bigger defender and ends up getting a foul play just now. So some free throws at this time.
So he goes to the line. And as you mentioned before, the actual understanding what you've been taught. And, you know, you practice and you play. And you practice and you play. And every day it comes natural. And that was a good screen set right there going in. Are we going to the line, or?
It looks like the referee has signaled the ball will be on the side,
yes.
Because the foul was committed before the actual shot attempt. So Rajay Jackson is on the sideline as official Jordan Ryan will then hand the ball to him for the Wolves to get an offensive opportunity here with 15 seconds left on the shot clock. Kenford, tell me a little bit about what you've observed about the demeanor of these players this evening. Another screen, as you see Russell.
Illegal and traveling, and that was a travel. So many cars could have been called right there, you know, but good eyes by Mr. Ryan, or one of our lines referee here tonight.
But the recognition of the players to be aware that the right play is to set that screen so that they open up the middle. It's very important. And I hear another whistle there as a skip, and a foul attempt is made there by Mr. Russell. The ball is now going to go on the other side of the court. And these are little technical areas where the players have to just pay a little bit more attention to the details. So if you're just joining us on Philomagic Media, you're listening to the Ascendant's second annual basketball camp here in Montserrat, the Multipurpose Sports Center, where we bring you basketball action from time to time. And now Philomagic Media is going to be doing the live broadcast for this Ascendant's basketball camp. And it looks like it's not a bonus situation, but the ball awarded to the Wolves nevertheless, with approximately 3 minutes left in the third quarter. The next game is a rematch of last year's championship. We invite you to, if not, come down to the Sports Center, look at it at Philomagic, share the like, and definitely persons will see the action coming up next. Kenford, you've been doing quite some work with these Emerson's players over the last 12 months. I'm seeing some growth in what they're doing this evening. Tell me a little bit about your program and what you envision for the MSS basketball element of it.
Yeah, the players that we, as you can see on the display, ever so often they they come out and they put in everything to prove themselves. So far, we start with discipline because for myself and I think for most coaches, the discipline factor is very important. Understanding cultures, as we maybe we might travel, and as we travel, we might see someone of a different culture, and we must respect those things as well. So even before we get to the playing part, understanding that, as you can see, for some they were being groomed into that philosophy of discipline first, and everything else we will work on as we go through. And I am thankful for the Ascendants and the Montserrat Basketball Association in helping us to achieve some of these dreams by giving them an actual game for competitive play. Because once you learn a lot through competitive playing, and from you get that game situations going on, you'll understand what is required when you represent your country or you go and take this on a professional level. Yes.
Absolutely, and it's an opportunity for us to show our cultural diversity as we look at
Big day as Mr. Barty goes up, and I know on Monday he's going to say, "Coach, did you see that one?" Because he's always trying something like that, and that was a lovely shot coming from on the baseline. Was it a reverse?
Yes, it was.
Yes.
Tejon Bazi.
Right.
And he reminds me of a young Charles Barkley. He
Yes,
has the build,
yes.
He has the width, and he has the size. So, and what I like, he's very light on his feet as well. And a young player, and he has a lot of potential. Let's see what happens with him over the next few years. As Aiden Liven dribble penetrates and just hooks that. It's like a running sky hook. If you ever saw that one in the motion, that what Aiden Liven converted just now, bringing the score now to 58 for the Panthers and 55 for the Wolves. But what we were saying about the culture that is mixed here now in Montserrat, 10 years ago, the game was predominantly played by persons who, of course, had a Montserrat background. But now we're seeing more of the CARICOM nationals playing in the game, and of course even members from the Hispanic community from Santo Domingo and Haiti taking part. So the basketball here on island is now becoming a melting pot of culture, where we see opportunities for us to bring that culture together and of course display it for all of our nation here in Montserrat.
Definitely the cultural differences, and it shows that as they say, they have a saying, we little but we talawa.
Yes,
so we can mesh that into something and help with some of the younger talents as much to develop in that area.
Absolutely. As you see, Cleveland Scared collected on the offensive rebound for the Panthers. Jab step, 6 seconds left on the shot clock. And here's Teshawn trying to get the basket in, 3 seconds left. And it's stuck outside here, stripped by Jazik Weeks.
The 1:54 on the clock in the third quarter. Lovely pass and go. Stevel missing that. And young Bars going up. And I must say, good try. Rebound by Teshawn. Teshawn long throw down to long lob pass on the line. Back goes out. And it wipes the rim and goes in and out. Young Bars, he receives the rebound.
And he's just there, all over the place, like a junkyard dog. Here's Jazik Weeks hesitating, trying to get the ball. Shaquille White using patience, losing hang time, experience, and getting up there and sticking that ball on the glass, converting for 2 points, bringing the score now 57-58. The Wolves are down by 1 as the Panthers enjoy a 1 point lead. 14 seconds on the shot clock. Here's Divy Sweeney lining up a 3. Hits the back iron, and Jazik Weeks gets the rebound. Here's Aiden Liven, long 1-2. But Cleveland Scarrett chases down the rebound and gets it to Stevel Rodney, who bounced past it, Teshawn Phillip, and he converts.
And then one. And as I was saying to Julius before, speaking to the students, MSS students, I often tell them to speak the language of basketball. So anyway, they're going and they're having a discussion, even for the listening public. Mama, dad might not understand grandma. Sometimes your grandma and grandpa, they listen to what our young people are saying. So most of the time, speaking the language of the sport is very important. And sometimes they're saying, "Sir, could you break it down a little?" So as we go along during the basketball season, we'll be using some terms, and at the same time we'll break it down and say, okay, this is. And they say, oh yeah, that's what it is, and we can get that up to speed. A lovely turn inside, Shaquille.
Yes, lovely turn, and he got the foul by the defender just now, who, as he turned on the left foot going into the paint, he was able to get that body contact, making that contact. The referee seeing what's happening, signaled the foul there, and now Shaquille White awarded an opportunity to go to get 2 shots from the free throw line. And it's just amazing to see the growth of these young players. I remember Shaquille White playing on the Salem basketball court as a youth under 12, and seeing the growth he has made coming from the mini basketball program, then into the youth program at MSS with Coach Bevan Greenaway, and then now even subsequent to that playing with the Salem Jammers under his senior players Jamal Wade and Nikon Weeks, and to see the performance this evening definitely shows a lot of heart and growth in his basketball development over the years. So here's Teshawn Phillip. 1 minute left in the third quarter of the first matchup. Remember, listeners, next week is going to be the Mother's Day edition. We're inviting all the mothers of these athletes to come on down to the basketball court and see the athletes in work as they show us their talent. Big drive there by Tejon Bazi, and I think that's our early Mother's Day gift
yes,
he just delivered.
And Mom's right at the door, so you can imagine her excitement.
Absolutely.
And I must say, I am very proud. As you can see, he's working on his fitness.
Yes.
He's working. He's using all that time to a little missed foul right there.
Yes.
But he's using his time as much as possible to get fit, because he said he's serious, and I can see a change in some of the attitude that he's portrayed over a certain time. So I like to say kudos going out to him. Some of the little things he needs to fix to falsify himself as a player, I think because of his foul trouble. Is that because of foul trouble, coach?
As I look towards the scorers board, I noticed that he has 5 fouls there, so that's it for him for this game. But definitely he has put in quite a bit of work, and he's given a good cornerstone piece of work for his team. And the Wolves now with 60, and the Panthers have 65. So I definitely am pleased to see Tejon performance improve from last year.
And I would like to touch for our school children. Remember when we said that 5 fouls, you are no longer in the game. You have to sit it out for the rest of the evening. And a lovely tap back in. Yes.
Once again, Shaquille White, a.k.a. Sword, being there and knowing what to do in pressure situations.
And that was a lovely take.
Jazzy Weeks lining up that 3-pointer, and the score now 65-65 going into the fourth quarter. That promises to be very exciting.
Yes. And we're asking everyone again, Mr. Skerritt, to come down to the Little Bay Multipurpose Center so you can enjoy what's going on here. Come out. It's Friday. It's Saturday, sorry. The weekend is in the middle,
yes,
as we can
middle
say.
Of the weekend.
The middle of the weekend, so you can come out, bring the family, bring the kids, let them learn an export, and while maybe they can teach you something that they have learned over the last couple of weeks from myself and Julius and all the coaches, yourself also, and they can take something into that. I see young Neelish at the back there, dribbling, practicing his dribbling skills, and these are young players that we have. They are hungry, as you've mentioned before, and we like to give them the opportunity as much as possible to play alongside some of their what would you say,
role
models.
I can actually say role models, because they're now playing on the team with former national players for the recently concluded under 25 team. These guys also would have played in their 2nd annual Ascendant League. The MABA also would have put on a very competitive tournament to prepare them for the LIBA under the Leeward Island Montserrat Invitational last year. So they're getting a chance to rub shoulders with some of the basketball IQ that is a little bit on the greater side, and that is a good opportunity for them. In the future, what we want to put on, or what we would love to see, is a competition for under 16.
Yes.
So when the MSS puts on that MSS tournament where it's all under 17, that is a wonderful experience. But if we can get a tournament for under 16 or under 12, that is my push. I think that will be the next great development strategy for basketball, and not just for the boys. I want to see basketball for boys and girls.
Yes.
Because right now, what we are talking about internationally is equality in sports and having the girls have an opportunity to showcase similar talents as they do in other fields, be it academic or on the sports field.
Yeah, and that's I will second that notion. Getting competitions underway at this age, because I also believe that our youngsters should be professionals at secondary school from first to fifth. They should have some sort of semi-pro contract, not across all the sporting disciplines, and that's something where we can look into to help the development of our nation, keeping our youngsters here to rebuild this lovely rock. I must say, this lovely rock, the Emerald Isle, is something that we should treasure,
Yes,
as always.
yes,
and
Coach.
with the growth of our young people, we can continue to build in those areas.
Well, Coach, as you just opened in a can of worms now, I am going to say on behalf of those persons living in Montserrat that I have to say thanks to you for changing career direction and returning to Montserrat, and of course investing your time in working with the MSS and these young people in Montserrat. It's a big move, and I'd like to say, as a fellow Montserratian who's on island, thanks for that investment of time. It's not an easy thing to do where you're in the world and you're doing the different things and come back and say, you know what, I'm going to give Montserrat a chance. And I just want to say we appreciate your efforts, and I'm here standing next to you, proud of your efforts, and I can see the input that you've made in the lives of our young people here in Montserrat. We're about to bring the fourth quarter, Coach, of this, the first game, the second weekend in the Ascendant tournament between the Wolves and the Panthers. The score now tied at 65-65. What do you see happening here going into this fourth quarter?
I think we see, I am hoping to see the pace picked up. Yes. There was a pace from the, is it the Panthers last week? Who won last week? Is it Panthers?
The Panthers won last week and the Wolves lost last week. So the Wolves are trying to get on the scorecard. They're trying to get that record right with a 1-0. They don't want to go into it 2-0.
2-0 down. No.
Right. So they're trying their best now to ensure that they get that W on the record.
So we'll see some fast playing hands and some more drive inside of the key. They're missing their youngster Tejan Bazi, who had foul trouble tonight. But as you mentioned, he has given his sweat and tears for the evening, and that's something the guys can build on. And as you can see, Mr. Weeks throwing up something off of the edge, coming back out. Around by two. Aiden Lyman and the ball coming out.
Shaquille White driving bounce pass to Johnson. Rebound there by Rajay Jackson and Shaquille White under the glass, trying to get the offensive rebound, but it's stolen there by Aiden Lyman, who is going to try the circle shot. And Rajay Jackson sticking it up there. The offensive boards are coming left, right, and center as Aiden Lyman dials up a three-pointer. Ball is going out of bounds. Looks like he throws it off Johnson, but the ball will be awarded to the Panthers.
A little lack of communication there with the two teammates, you know. A little lack of communication with the two teammates, hitting the ball off each one.
So here we have Steven Rodney over the half, looking for Cleveland Skerritt. Gets it to Teshawn Phillip, crossing over on the right side. Free throw line extended. Good defense by Jackson. Short 2-pointer, about 20 feet, little bit hard. Russell gets the rebound. You got to be careful, and he throws it straight out of bounds. I like what I'm seeing with Mr. Reese. Mr. Reese has improved his play. He's matured, and I hope that he can just maintain not to have the foul trouble at this point.
And also we must remember most of these athletes, they play different sports. And to transition from that sport and then to come into this sport, it takes discipline, as we mentioned before. Some discipline within yourself and discipline understanding team play as not individual. And that was a foul.
Yes, Aiden Lyman using his head, penetrating and getting wrapped Cleveland Skerritt, who is a senior guard who knows the guard play position, and getting Cleveland in foul trouble there. Well played by Aiden, who is using mind games and experience to get. So now Cleveland has 4 fouls. Here's Johnson. Gets it to Jazik on the baseline. Rebound. Steve Rodney. Bounce pass to Teshon Phillip in transition. And he goes.
Lovely layup.
2-point conversion there. 67.
And
First strike.
and as I mentioned before, you can see the game picking up some sort of pace and lovely momentum, fighting for every ball.
Yes.
No, Stephen Rodney goes
in
down.
transition, he's going to go all the way to the cup, try to get a foul. Unfortunately, no foul called. And the ball has been stopped at the half court as Jordan Ryan is now going to put someone into the book. Looks like he put Devani Sweeney into the book, so there's a foul called on the play. The ball goes with the Wolves. And here's Aiden Liven. The Panthers are in a 3-2 zone. Here's Shaquille White. And a foul called, not a foul, a traveling call it looks like. But yes, I was saying, Coach Ken, for this quarter promises to be very exciting and very interesting, and I look forward to seeing how this basketball comes in all together this evening as Teshon Phillip, number 11, brings it across for the Panthers. So as he tries to bounce past it there, he bounced it off Rajay Jackson's foot for the Wolves, but the ball remains with the Panthers. And substitutions now called with 7 minutes, 55 seconds left in this, the fourth quarter. I see Kerwan, yes, coming in.
Winspear,
yes. Winspear checking in. Yeah. And here is Divy Sweeney driving baseline, floats it, and connects. So
and he's been doing those, he has changed his game a bit, not driving as much as possible, but taking those shots from outside of the little area, and Aiden Libers goes up again.
A long pass there from Stephen Rodney, who gets it to Divy Sweeney, and a block there by Jazik Weeks. I think Divy was a little bit too casual in transition. A situation like that, you want to make the body contact, carry the ball as close to the basket as you can, and finish at the basket. But there, he was lucky that he was not given a foul for that aggressive defensive play. So we see the score now, 69-65, and Reese bounce pass to Divy. Teshon Phillip is going to stick it on the glass as he cuts. And the score now 71. And Wolves have to be cautious. They don't want to get too comfortable. Being down 6 with 7 minutes, it's going to get harder to score. As Aiden Live, dribble penetrates, gets the ball to Johnson, who gets an air ball there, unfortunately. And there's Cleveland Skerritt driving to Reese, getting that ball to Reese, and Reese is going to go up. Shaquille White collects the ball, and he's going to bring it in the transition over the backcourt. Drives to the middle, 1-2, and he's stripped. Definitely stripped by the Wolves, and no foul call. Is there a foul call? I see Jordan Ryan signaling foul on number 11, which is Teshon Phillip. So free throw attempt there now by Mr. Shaquille White. I see the referee changing the mind and saying, no, it's not on one. It's going to be a side ball.
So we have a timeout called by the Wolves, and it's 65-71.
They want to talk it over.
I noticed that the Wolves are losing their defense inside of the key. Very, very easy plays coming up, 1-2s, pick and roll, a little short little pick and roll going inside of the key. And you can see quickly converting. The Panthers have converted some easy shots going inside there. I do hope now, is it Coach Weeks and his team can add something to that, give us an exciting game going into this fourth quarter.
Absolutely. Well, you notice what has happened here. The Panthers' defense has eliminated the Wolves from being able to score, and the score with the Wolves is still 65. The Panthers have moved on 3 baskets. So it means that the aggression of the Panthers has been somewhat superior to what the Wolves have produced. What the Wolves have to do is remember that this is the fourth quarter. They have to remember that some of the players are in bonus and continue to attack the basket to get the big defenders out of the key.
What I've noticed as well, Jenzel, is that the fouls are in this quarter are up. And so that means we will see some interesting things happening in this quarter.
Very much so. And as Aiden Liven collects, signals for a screen, dribble, penetrates to the middle, goes straight to the cup. A little bit too strong there. Too much of mustard, and the ball will stay.
And he has an unorthodox type of way of holding that ball as much as possible and going up to the, he hold it as long as possible, going up to the basket. He releases that ball anywhere. And that's an unorthodox type of style that he has, but he has mastered it to his pace.
Here's Shaquille White dribbling from the free throw line extended.
Double pump.
Double pump, low scoop, layup there, and Shaquille White, number 8 for the Wolves, putting the Wolves on the board finally in the fourth quarter. 67-71 with the Panthers. Tall guard Stevel Rodney, number 13, gets it down to Reese. Pump fakes, but he leaves his feet. Everything done right except the footwork there, and I have to compliment Reese for the shot fake, which shows the intent, and then to drive around the defender. Just have to hold that position a little longer. Here is Aiden Liven calling for the screen. Rajay Jackson sets the screen, passes it to the free throw line extended, but Steven Rodney is there again, and he's going, all the way a block there by Aiden Liven, and Divy Sweeney gets the rebound. Here's Cleveland scared. He goes up, trying to put it up, and a foul is called on, looks like the guard on the floor, who is Aiden.
Yes.
I've got to watch that foul trouble.
Yes. And he's one of the key player for the Wolves, so he needs to watch himself at this moment because he's needed with 5 minutes and 58 seconds on the clock. I do hope, yes, I was going to say there should be a timeout now to get your team in order, get Aiden head down, and let's understand that this moment we need a W going in, as you mentioned.
And even though the Panthers have comfortably scored 3 baskets, the Wolves have only converted 1 point with 4 minutes gone in the fourth quarter. It's telling you that the defense is swarming and they're trapping inside. What the Wolves have been doing is going to the basket and getting second chance opportunities with offensive rebounds. The Panthers have eliminated that. So what the Wolves have to do, continue to call for that screen, get the mismatch, and then attack the basket because they're swarming at this time. And 20 seconds here left in the timeout, and I think some of the Panthers are just glad for the ear.
Yes.
As I see Steven Rodney just looking at the referees practice some jump shots just to clear his head as he prepares for the rest of this match, which is going to be pretty intense.
Yes, with I think it was 5 minutes still on the clock. And a lot of changes need to be made to the Wolves game. I know they're still within reach. You know, in basketball, 5 minutes and 58 seconds seems like 100 hours.
A very long time.
I do hope that they make use of this at this time, converting as much, coming back up, because the Panthers know how to win.
Absolutely.
You know?
They definitely know how to win. They have an experienced coach. I think Mr. Rodney Brown was the last time they had a youth league for MABA inside of this tournament. I believe Rodney Brown's team was the winning team. As Steven Rodney gets a steal and just puts it back there ever so easily. And here's Aiden Liven, bounce pass to Jazik Weeks, senior guard, left-handed guard. Cleveland scared, swarming on defense, trying to keep him on the left side. Razzie Jackson trying to bounce pass in the lane, and Cleveland scoops it up. And he passes behind the back of Steven Rodney, and he would have known when you're going that outlet pass, always try to get it up the court rather than to pass it behind the offensive player's back. These things happen, and sometimes we have frustration, and that's part of it.
I think he's pleading a case that his hands were stripped. Yes, so I know it's kind of comical moment, so you have to look for help from somewhere else. Yeah, but
send us help.
It's all right.
Here's Aiden Liven driving the ball, looking for an opportunity. Bounce pass to Rashid Jackson, and Jazik Weeks lines up for a 3. Legs are a little bit tired, it looks like, as he does a little bit flat on that. And Teshawn Phillip goes for the 2-point conversion. Now it's a 10-point lead for the Panthers, and the Wolves have to strategize to get themselves back into this game before the lead doubles. Here's Shaquille White, body checking and going strong to the basket.
Yes.
So next week we're going to invite the mothers down because it's Mother's Day week, and we're going to invite the mothers down to watch their sons play. As you see, Reese going to the cup. Nice finger roll.
Yes.
I think he's learning from the programs that was implemented a few years ago.
Yes.
Aiden at the top of the key for the Wolves, crossing over.
Lovely.
Sweeney trying to go to the cup, but he's stripped by Sweeney. And he's going to long pass to Teshawn Phillip. And a foul will be called on Rajay Jackson, number 6, who tried to stop the play, which is I give him credit for. Because if he did not stop the play, there would be a foul. There would be a 2-point addition, and it would be down 11. So very good choice to stop the play. Rajay only having 3 fouls. Very good strategic move at this time to slow down the game and cut the offensive attack of the opposing team.
And that's something that as well our younger players should understand. Where should I foul? Is it necessary to take this foul or get myself into foul trouble, or should I not? Because at this moment of the game you have 4 minutes. Is it worthy to cut their pace or their speed? And they have a little confusion inside.
Yes, they went up just now. Nice penetration by Steven Rodney, who dropped and tried to pass the ball there to Jason Truitt. Jason getting the ball, trying to get the attack, but Aiden Lyman collected. And here's Lotis Martin getting into Teshawn Phillip. Steven Rodney has the ball, signaling a screen. He wants the screen on with the shot clock.
Violation there. Is that the first for the night?
That's the first for the night. But what I like is the development of thought. Not just to rush the game, to set up a screen and bring up something different with the offensive play. As Jazik Weeks brings it over for the Wolves. Pass down to Shaquille White.
That's traveling, and he has done that again. And for the evening, we have a lot of traveling from some of the senior guys. I'm wondering if it's the footwear or they're eager and excited to be playing because.
And they're shaking off a little bit of the rust. Let's face it. Quite a bit of rust. They're shaking off some of the rust. Have not been playing for a while. Yes, they have been practicing, but playing under a whistle, we know, brings a different level of concentration. So it's good that they're getting the exposure on this local level. As Teshawn Phillip drives to the middle and tries to get a layup with a right hand, Trayson's going to be fouled there for that aggression after the basket went up. So Trayson now is going to be fouled. And if he goes off the court without proper due and attention, he will be removed from the game. So I see 5 fouls. Yes. Is it? Yes, 5 fouls on Trayson. Trayson is out of the game. And we now have young Fagan, number 3, checking in, an MSS player who has shown some potential, has had a growth spurt, and I like how he's been playing in the MSS League. Now gets a chance to play in the Ascendant League.
And young Kerji has some very, very, very good handworks and very knowledgeable of the game. And so I hope to see him converting even 2 baskets tonight, so he can come on Monday and say, sorry you saw me, because he's like that. But Kerjan Israel, a very good young talented player, very good future, very well disciplined as well. As I mentioned, most of the time discipline comes first, and you will see that in young Kerjan Israel.
And what I like, he plays different sports. He plays football very well, and he also is very good in the athletics, and then of course the basketball. So there's Teshawn Phillip converting for 2 points as he floats in and gets a nice easy jump shot. 3 minutes 26 seconds left, and Aiden Lyman trying to dial up a 3-pointer. Teshawn Phillip launches it down to Lotis Martin, who's going to go and try to get that basket in. Steven Rodney puts it in there comfortably. 2-point conversion. So here's Aiden Lyman collecting the ball at the half court, trying to scoop it in. And Shaquille White unable to get the ball on that offensive rebound. Cleveland Scarrett gets it to Israel, who's toying with Rajay Jackson. Pops it out to Steven Rodney, who's going to take a long shot. And Israel again playing a good game with Lotis Martin. Here's Israel dialing up a 3, a little bit short. And here comes the Wolves. 2 minutes 40 seconds left, Coach Kenford.
And I love that they're giving him, his teammates at least gave him 3 chances.
Of course.
To do his thing, and he tried, and held his head a little bit in shame, but at least now he understands, yes. And he tried to go back up one time, he turns, and is that a foul? And he has,
it's all ball.
Now he's going to the line, yes. So young Kerjan Israel goes to the line for 2. Has been fouled under the basket, and I said yes. So I do hope he converts these two. So understand my excitement when I see some of these young players from third farm, going into fourth, because he's a fourth farmer now. So he knows what is expected at this time of him, and he's here to show. We have young Alan Mendez coming in again, and next young player, number 5, coming in for the Panthers. And I like Coach Brown is giving them that chance.
You have to build your team's confidence and put them in the situations where that they are able to show that they're able to convert what they practice.
And he's converted his first free throw for the night, so he has 1 point, and the referee has indicated his first. Well, he has one more shot, and he takes a hop, throws it up, and off the rim.
Mulcair checks in, and he gets a rebound, gets the ball over to Aiden Livan, who's driving.
And he drives straight. He don't miss when he's driving into that paint. He's fearless going up, looking for the foul as much as possible.
As Cleveland Skerritt drives into Jazik Weeks and tries to hook float that shot. And Mulcair Fionn collects the rebound, gets it to Jazik Weeks. Back to Aiden, who scores quickly. Gets that ball on the glass, 75-84. Steven Rodney.
And again, this is the third time Steven Rodney has tried to dunk, and I think coming up short, so I think he's going to try to attempt it again. And again, he's been denied by Fionn Mulcair, who was just checked into the game, and that's his first foul. Again, a student from the MSS, who was is his second year, yes.
Fionn as well plays multiple sports, takes part in track and field, and now giving basketball a try, his basketball debut. Doing some good rebounding for the Wolves, critical rebounding, challenging baskets going at the offensive end. So Fionn really being a holistic player, and definitely bringing different elements of his different sporting training to the basketball court.
And he even plays pan as well. I had the opportunity for him to teach me pan, and he said Samuel is, and I was loving that as well, so
definitely interesting. As I look around the crowd and seeing persons from different walks of life, we have teachers. We want to say special happy belated Nurses Day to all the nurses celebrating Nurses Week last week. Of course, we could not come here and not say special. It was Red Up Week last week with the Red Cross.
Friday Red Cross Day,
thanks for the Red Cross for all the work they do in Montserrat as well. So here's Jazik Week driving
love
hard,
the drive,
going to the basket. Score now 77-85 in favor of the Panthers. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining in the final quarter of the first game. Steven Rodney looking to see what's going to happen here next.
And young Diego Benjamin, number 7, has entered the game. And again, a young player who's now playing across all the sports, and he's now inside of the game. Number 7, he has a chance now to get up. I wonder if Mr. Rodney is going to give him a chance. No, Mr. Rodney went up for himself, kind of limping with that left foot. Hope it's nothing too out of the way. But yes,
he's limping, but
Russell takes it up.
Coach trusts him to be in the game, and I see some stepping, some side stepping,
double and everything
happening up there for Mr. Russell. Just a little bit game jitters. He just needs to shake off.
And I think he has done well, because he had an injury in our last December matchup. He got an injury the last time, and he's recovered well, as you can see, walking full and back to recovery. And again, young players still playing, attending the MSS.
And have a bright future in sports. Very, very bright future in sports. They take care of the academic, and they take care of the sports business only. They are the limit to their future and what they hold. But we want to encourage everybody who's listening to the broadcast. Next week, Saturday, remind the mothers, share with them. Come on now, we're inviting them out to the Mother's Day special Ascendant basketball weekend. Mothers of the players, come on down and see your young men put on a show for you. I promise it's going to be interesting and exciting down here next weekend. But next up, if you can get down to the basketball court, you'll be watching a game between the Braves, the mighty Braves and the Dragons, which is a rematch of the finals of last year, Coach Kenford, and it promises to be electrifying as both of these teams have a little rivalry going.
Yes.
As the Dragons beat them during the season and lost to the Braves in the finals. So.
And I heard a little trash talk today, so I was saying, please don't get too physical now. Leave it on the court. So this is the moment I will ask everyone in Radio Land, if you're on the road or you're driving, please support the Ascendants basketball. Come down to the stadium. Wonderful basketball is playing. Let our young talents see the support in the stadium. Give them that, defense, something. Let them feel that energy so that when they go abroad, they would understand what it is to play competitive sports, competitive basketball, as we're seeing here tonight. And for the mothers, before, we might not hear our voice until Saturday again, so I will say Happy Mother's Day to all of the lovely mothers, the mothers of creation. I like to say thank you very much for being a mother. Even from me being here, I had some mothers, and I would say thank you very much for everything you have done for me and making my stay comfortable. And the love, the unconditional love you have for your young ones. We're asking you to come out next week so your children can love you as much as possible and give you back that energy. So we have 31 seconds on the clock, Genzel. 87 to the Panthers and 77 to the Wolves.
Absolutely.
So we can call this a wrap.
It is a wrap, and
Yes.
I just want to commend you and compliment you and say that was well said to all the mothers. I am definitely inviting them as well to come on down to the Ascendants basketball tournament. That'll be week 3. We invite you down to see your sons perform high, exciting level of basketball here in Ireland, and it definitely will be a good weekend of basketball action.
Yes, and that was a lovely 3 from Russell from downtown. And again, you have number 9. You have, is that Trishan? Yes, you have Trishan there taking a steal, getting a steal. Nasai, I think it's a yes. With his first steal, you have Nasai Pau playing there as well. I'd like to say thank you, everyone. We await our second game, so please stay with us. Stay with the Z.
Feel the magic.
Feel the magic. Yes, so, okay. So we'll take our leave now and we'll be back. So make your way down to the Little Bay Cultural Center.
Sports Center.
Basketball Center. Oh, my. Multicultural sports. All right?
That's right.
Yes.
Which side of your bumper you want it on? I go start on the left. Then jam on the right. It back to the left. From back to the right. So roll to the tassa and sing to the tassa. As the roll up the tassa, roll to the tassa, give me Lotella.
Hey, it's me. I hear what shot me steam. Me Rafi BK, everything you need. Cock up, get wild with your friend in the street. Arch up your back, call your wine so you need. Big charge, I'm a love it, you roll with the beat. Sweet on your bad Taliban group treat. Everyone link up, woman by the tools and the trees. Make everybody get relief.
Me and Tempa link up in a big wedding. Time to meet the Dulaha and the Dulahin. Tempa hit the tassa and start freestyling. Everybody gather around and started dancing. So roll to the tassa and sing to the tassa. As they roll up the tassa, roll to the tassa, give me Lotella. Lotella, come Lotella. Lotella, come Lotella. Oh, Lotte Boji, ah, Lotte Boji. Eh, Lotte Boji, Lotte, come Lotella.
I just want to jump. You tell me about work in the morning, unless we talking hard work. Wine and jam, wine up on a girl. I say you can't tell me about work in the morning, unless we talking hard work. Wine and jam, wine up on a girl. Well, I want to get this off of my chest. Talk about it, talk about it. All of the girls them whining best. Talk about it, talk about it. How you want me to leave this set? Talk about it, talk about it. Go and sit down behind a desk. Talk about it. Hey, I taking a mental day. I taking a mental day. I need a little run away, cause the line it good for me mentally. I taking a little jam. Nice part of my mental plan. I don't want to go to work. I go put two girls in a rental and I'm gone. Tell them I'm gone. Don't even bother calling me. Tell them I'm gone. I said tell them I'm gone. Don't even bother calling me. Tell them. Don't tell me about work in the morning, unless we talking hard work. Wine and jam, wine up on a girl. I say you can't tell me about work in the morning, unless we talking hard work. Wine and jam, wine up on a girl. Hard work, hard work, hard work, hard work.
When the sun comes busting on me head, everybody push something in the air, Lord. Behavior nothing, good behavior nothing, good behavior nothing. When the soca hit my brain, Lord. Behavior nothing, good behavior nothing, good behavior nothing. I say murder. When we mash up the people fed, we just mash up the people fed. So we lash up the people fed. I tell them murder. When we pack up the people fed, we just mash up the people fed.
Hey, yeah, we put up the rocks like umbrella, umbrella, umbrella. Rocks over your head like umbrella, umbrella, umbrella. Yeah, we make magic like Shangri-La, Shangri-La, Shangri-La. Hands over your head with umbrella, umbrella, umbrella. All right. Something telling me something telling me this is the end. I can feel the spirit. It calling me. The spirit calling me. It calling me. Start to jump around if you feel the spirit. It calling me. The spirit calling me. It calling me. Start to jump around. So when it call, you must answer. Respond with your hands up. When it call, you must answer. Respond with your hands up. When it call, you must answer. Respond with your hands up. When it call, you must answer. Respond up. In my flesh, in my bone, I can feel it up in my soul. Lighting up everything I know, everything I know. Hey, this is love, this is growth, this is vision, and this is hope. So can spirit bless in this world. Come and let it show. And it's all day. The spirit telling me jump until I'm morning. And we're not going to stop until we fall. We're ready for the road. Yeah. It calling me. The spirit calling me. It calling me. Start to jump around if you feel the spirit. It calling me. The spirit calling me. It calling me. Start to jump around. Hey, feel it. 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 Hey, give me a rhythm tank-a-tang. 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 Hey, rhythm tank-a-tang. Rhythm tank-a-tang. Rhythm tank-a-tang. This is not the end. We time coming back again. It's so much my heart could take. I feel like I'm born again. Freedom at last, raise the glass. Oh, you can't live in the past. So
tolerate. I don't want no limit. When I come, this is no visit. Every place we look to conquer it. Hey, give me a rhythm tap. I want to get high like Superman. I don't care about race or religion. One love is the mission. So yeah, me, don't worry, lover. Don't worry, friend. Don't worry, partner. It's me time again. Don't worry, lover. I know you're missing it. It's a whole. Cause we love to party, and no one could fret like we. Raise up your cups and your glasses if you think you could drink like me. Meet me by the bar, cause we taking shots. Middle of the fete, everybody just taking shots. Link up with me, everybody come take a shot. Middle of the stage, there's only ladies and shots. Yeah, so take a shot, boy, yeah. Lucid dreams, me and my team. Every time we roll out, take over the Baba Green. Like I hit with jeans, we causing a scene. When we start to get on, please don't try and intervene. Straight shots when we drinking. Rough when we whining. When we start to drink, we get fiery. Like thunder we rolling. From night till the morning. So they can't talk to we, cause we love to party. And no one could fret like we. Raise up your cups and your glasses if you think you could drink like me. Meet me by the bar, cause we taking shots. Middle of the fete, everybody just taking shots. Link up with me, everybody come take a shot. Middle of the stage, there's only ladies and shots. Yeah, so take a shot, boy, yeah. My mood is straight, my mood is flat, my mood is live, my mood is girl, my mood is love, my mood is live it up. My mood is to live it up. Life too short, so live it. Celebrate like a holiday, then we live it up all the way. Life too short, so live it. Woman and alcohol on display, then we live it up all the way. How are you bend down? No pancake, but flip it up now. Different style and switch it up now. When I tell you hand on your knees, my girl just bend over, please. And stick. Hand on your knees, just stick. Just find to make you fall in love. I bet you could fall in love. Boy, I want you to hold me in a corner. Jump me, just a little louder. Yeah, watch how I go make you fall in love. Watch how I go.
pump and I sing for the gal them, right? And I want to specifically make a tune for the gal them who name end with the letter A. Oh, honestly, her name don't really have to end with letter A. But when you say her name, it got A to the end, like Aisha, Nisha, Keisha, pen right over. Rishima, Latoya, Charisma, pen right over. Tatiana, Shinika, Janisha, pen right over. Listen, if your name end with a A, pen right over. Pen right over. Pen right over. Pen right over. If your name end with a
Hey, baby girl, when you whine, when you push back. Hey, baby girl, when you whine, when you push back. Hey, baby girl, when you whine, when you push back. Hey, baby girl, when you whine. I was feeling it, then she come and give me the juke on the junction. Hey, baby girl, when you whine, when you push back. Hey, baby girl, when you whine. Can you give me still? Wanna give you juke till you forget about your man. Hey, baby girl, when you whine, when you push back. Hey, baby girl, when you whine. I give her one injection in she section. I did not have to pay. Then she give me something and tell me hello. Took me down right away. One injection in she section. I did not have to pay. Then she give me something and tell me hello. Come on, juke me right there. And when you're coming back, Sandra, when you're coming to juke on the junction. Hey, baby girl, when you whine, when you push back. Hey, baby girl, when you whine. And when you're coming back, Sandra, when you're coming to juke on the junction. Hey, baby girl, when you whine, when you push back. Hey, baby girl, when you whine. And then you jug, 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 jug,
Yes, and we're back for the second game of the night. Tonight, we're here with myself, Mr. Julius Fergus, and Mr. Ken Samuels. For the second game, we have the Dragons facing the Braves, a much anticipated rematch of last year's finals. The Braves last year outfought the Dragons in the final match. Tonight, the Braves are down their MVP player, Jordan, as well as the Dragons have sent for some reinforcements this year, so we're looking to see what this might shape up to be, giving us a taste of what some of the future matches might be like. First match had a bit of intensity to it. It ran away towards the end, but it was very close throughout the match, and the Panthers ran away with it eventually. So we have the tip off, Mr. Crystal Moraine down the middle for 2 points early. He's one of those guys that last year he only played in the first game, had to go off and play cricket. The limited numbers in Montserrat creates that kind of dilemma at times where we have to be sharing players between the sports, even at a national level.
Well blocked by Rashawn Thomas, Rasan. And as I say good night back to everyone again, and we're back here. Could you help the listening public to, if they're looking online, who's the Braves and the Dragons? Is it the Braves or the?
Yes, the Braves playing in green, Dragons in red. Currently on the court, we have with the ball in his hand, Keanu Woods. Kijan Kernan
with the
with the 3 points,
3
number
point
11
side.
just now. Mr. Maldrick Weeks, number 9. Mr. Jerwin Bazi playing at the top as a shooting slash point guard. And Mr. Thomas, Mr. Rassan Thomas down there for the for the Dragons on the court. We have Mr. Jardish George, Wendell Allen, his brother, Christian Moraine, Devani Brown, and Jashawn Fenton on the court tonight for the Dragons.
And as we can see, Mr. Skerritt has left us now, and he's taking up his coaching hat.
Yes.
So he's on the bench in his red tees, and Mr. Fenton is over there standing, coaching as well. So as you mentioned, we have a hot matchup tonight, and that's a foul.
Players have to be watching your hands.
Yes.
Definitely, you have to be watching your hands for the reaching as well as the contact. The referees are going to protect the players as much as possible, as competitive as it may be.
All right, and we're here again, and we're asking everyone to make your way down to the Little Bay Sporting Complex, multi-sporting complex, so you can watch some lovely basketball here from our under 25, and remind them who's playing here, what type of organization, what it is.
Definitely, it's the Ascendant Sports under 25 basketball league. The youngsters, the up and coming professionals in Montserrat's basketball arena. You know, most of the teams are made up of some of the national players as well as local players from the village basketball tournament, as well as a few players from the Montserrat Secondary School. It was actually mandated during the draft that each team had to have a minimum of 3 players from the MSS in an effort to bring them into the fold, really, and give them that experience and that mentorship from the veterans that they're surrounded by.
Okay, yes.
Man. So we have Mr. Rassan Fenton coming down the middle. He goes up, just rolls off the rim. Mr. Christian down the middle, penetrates and up. He's a very strong
player. And he's very direct. That's what I like with him as well.
Definitely.
When he's driving inside the key, he's not taking no prisoners. He's driving and he goes a little check before he goes in there.
Yes.
Who is that? More familiar.
Maldrick Weeks was just fouled there by
number 9.
Number 9, which is Mr. Wendell Allen.
Mr. Allen, yes. So
another one of our guards, pretty tall guard as well.
And last year, I think he had some injuries, so he couldn't take part in the games, and he was well missed for the team as well, with his agility and his cunningness inside of the key and coming off of the baseline as well. That's one of his biggest plays I've seen, coming in very, very simple. His organization skills, as you can see, watching the clock, getting over the line. And then
very crafty player,
crafty
player. Very soft touch on the finish. The steal there, poor pass, and stolen again.
Mr. Brown, a lovely pass inside by Mr. Fenton, and a lovely 2 points coming off of the backboard inside of the paint for Mr. Fenton. So he's now 6-3, and it's 7 minutes and 16 seconds in the first quarter of this lovely game. It looks like a steal again. Is that a turnover?
Waiting for the referee's call. It does seem to be a turnover. Must have bounced off the back of Mr. Weeks there, Mr. Maldrick Weeks, also one of our national players. Played in the tournament, in the Invitational in December for Montserrat. Has a very pure jump shot. At times, Mr. Devani Brown with the ball. George looking, push the ball to the ground,
traveling,
and he's called for the travel.
And that's something we've seen tonight, and we're saying, I'm wondering if some of the players are excited about the whole competitive nature, as Mr. Skerritt said. Is it because of they're now playing on the whistle?
Definitely, and it's been a while since they played under the whistle. I think most of them, other than the guys who played in December, haven't played under the whistle since last year's village basketball tournament.
The ball up. The ball comes in the key, driving big.
Mr. Woods there draws the foul, and Mr. Moraine,
Christian
number
Moraine.
13, down there for the Dragons. Back to the traveling cars, I've found that because a lot of the players model their game off of NBA players.
Yes.
And I constantly remind them that the rules in FIBA are slightly more strict
Yes.
and
Yes.
a bit different when it comes to things like the travel, because in NBA you are allowed an extra step.
And for my listening folks out there in Radio Land who is not familiar with basketball, when Mr. Fergus says FIBA, it's the governing body of basketball, the world governing body. So, you know, with them saying what it is a different aspect from NBA. As I've told some of the students, NBA is what you aspire to play to. You know, that's where you want to go. That's where the big bucks, you know, that's where you make the big money. So mommy don't have to work. Nobody in the yard has to work. Maybe the whole village don't have to work when you finish, you know.
Probably create employment for
Yes.
the entire village.
Yes.
Just
So-
to your being on that level.
Yes, so a lot of people, a lot of the students are now mixing up the NBA and saying NBA has a lot to do with our development, and I think it has.
It does.
Mentally.
Yes.
You know, so
It's something to aspire to.
Yes.
Definitely.
So we're here.
So Keanu was with a spin.
And
it's carved
but
for
it's a
another
traveling,
traveling.
and as I said again, something's happening here tonight,
Yes.
and they're questioning the call of the official, or no?
Seems
Okay,
to be.
maybe saying that there was a foul involved before that ball went up as well. Mr. Brown is indicating that.
Players also have to be mindful because quite a few technical fouls were given out last week. And
Yes.
you also want to preserve yourself. Mr. George stolen there by Mr. Keanu Woods. He goes to the hoop, lays
And
it
a
in,
lovely layup.
and the score is now 6-6. Tight game here so far. We have 6 minutes left in the first quarter. Mr. Wendell passes down to Mr. Fenton on the baseline.
Lovely conversion.
Lovely.
Catching that ball in the mid-air and just taking it off the backboard as well. So I see some very good innovative play, good teamwork going on.
Good passing.
Yes. And
Mr. Fenton, he got a bit scared by the block they're coming from, Mr. They got throw it away. But he's on the boards.
yes,
just
and
again.
he's up on the board. So that's Wilson Thomas, the number 13, converting from inside. Offensive rebound there.
Very active player on the boards.
yes.
You know, he knows his position. He plays his role very well.
Yes.
And
we
we have another
need
steal.
that physicality as time inside. I think his physicality inside the game. Oh, and that's a lovely three-pointer from downtown.
It's from Mr. Keanu Woods there.
Mr. Woods, yes.
He's put quite. He has about 5 or 7 points by now. Another steal. That's the third steal from Mr. Kernan. The Dragons have to be more crisp with their passes. They pretty much telegraphing all of their passes at this point, so making for easy forward for the Braves.
And I'm wondering, yeah, this is the first quarter and we see so many energy going up as usual. If it's something that they can contain or they use going throughout the whole of the match, the game.
That's something left to be seen, because in the first game, the Wolves did start out with a lot of high energy, but they seem to have run out of stamina coming
That's
down
a
the stretch.
turnover again. He was touched there, but
Mr.
nothing.
Woods.
And
So Woods is on a mission tonight. And as you mentioned earlier, I've noticed the Dragons are penetrating. They're attacking the boards early.
and next steal
Next
again.
steal. Quick hands from Mr. Woods there. But this time, the Dragons player was able to recover early.
And that was looking again.
It's a foul there, Mr. Jerwin Bazi.
Yeah.
He formerly played for the MSS.
And there's a timeout called by is it the Braves?
Yes, timeout by
Timeout
the Braves.
by the Braves. Coach Fenton is calling in his team. He have seen something that he needs to address at this time. So he's now at the clock. The officials are asking for something inside. So I'm wondering if something on the clock.
Yeah,
That's
probably
not
trying
right
to check
with
on
him.
his
Yes.
players' fouls.
Yes.
Score currently 12-8 in favor of the Braves. Beautiful basketball down here tonight. Competitive first game. Second game is one to be seen. So I encourage all to still come out. It's still early.
It's still early.
We have about 4 minutes left in only the first quarter.
Yes.
two very powerful teams, two very competitive teams, two teams with some experienced players both on the local and and regional scene. So come on out to Ascendant Sports under 25 Basketball League. Show your support. Show the players the support. We're inviting all the parents to come out.
Yes.
That's very important as well.
Yes.
The encouragement. It boosts the young guys' morale and makes them perform on an even higher level. Makes them feel appreciated.
And definitely they see the hard work that you can say, yo, that was a lovely game. The support, the verbal support, and it's continuous, and you keep building our young people and shaping them into better citizens of the country. It starts here, a well-disciplined game. As you know, you can't give too many talks around here because you get a T. So, and as I mentioned, a T for those who are out there is a technical. So you go to the line and shoot by yourself, and you still regain possession, your team. And that was a lovely. And those are two brothers, as you can see. That wasn't a fluke.
The connection is there. Earlier this week, I heard the Mr. Marine number 13 call them, give them the money, call the brothers of destruction.
Yes.
Surely causing a bit of conflict there before the Braves. You know, that connection.
And I know he's very excited that he's getting to play today. The younger brother. Is it the younger brother or the older brother? Look at that. Quick hands up to Fenton.
I think Wendell is the older brother.
Okay, yes.
But Christian is the bigger brother.
Bigger brother.
Physically.
Wendell is very crafty, fast with his hands. You know, a lovely pass back outside to Mr. Fenton going up. And that's, what's that?
That's a foul, it seems, on Mr. George, number 7 for the Dragons.
So, as we know, that is a foul.
A bit confused.
Yes. Yeah. Going to the side. So, he was not in the shooting position. So, it goes to the side. And we're back on now.
The Dragons have to be very careful with their fouls, though, because they're at 4 now. With 5, they will be, all fouls will be shooting fouls from that point.
Yes.
Christian again, back to the middle. But
and Mr. Wood pull him out of the air, wondering, you know?
Yes, preventing him to, it wasn't a bad foul, I would say, because at least he stands the chance of missing both or missing one at least, as opposed to getting a clean look at the board for 2 points.
So Fenton subbing for Fenton. So we have 2 brothers, we have cousins, we have family members all over playing, and they're playing at a professional pace, and I like the energy that each team is giving each other. They're feeding off of each other right here. Right. And if you're not here, we're asking you to come out. And, you know, come out and support. There's nothing to do on a Saturday. You know, no sport. You come here and you watch your sport. You'll be entertained. $5, you give your donation at the gate, and it's going back into the development of our young people.
Definitely.
Yes.
Good, clean family fun, family entertainment.
I think the ref called that for there's a ball on the court.
Yes.
Yes. That been sorted. Yes. And as I mentioned before, some of our young talents from the MSS secondary school have been involved in some of the playing. Now, what are their developments so far? What would you say for some of our young guys who you've mentored and coached so far?
There's a bit of improvement among them. There's also, you know, as with young people, they need to be constantly reminded at times. Some of them are focused, but some of them, they drift from the plot at times, and they need that discipline. Something we've incorporated is, you know, to hold them accountable, even with their schoolwork. If they're not performing in school, you won't be able to perform here. So it's an incentive, really, because everyone wants to be a part of this. Everyone wants to show their friends that they participated, show their friends that they're involved. But as we said earlier, to get to the NBA, to get to college, you have to perform academically as well. It's not a free pass, it's not a free road, it's multifaceted, as most endeavors in life are. So,
and as you can see now, going into the game is playing at a very fast pace.
So
And
Rashawn Fenton
Fenton
spins around the inside and right back out.
Yes.
Magic Weeks tried to put back off the offensive ball, but miss. Christom again to the lane, steps up, misses as well. Rashawn Thomas now trying to bring it over. Feel like should be looking for his guard really, but he probably was in a bit of trouble.
Yes.
Trying to wiggle himself out, but he still ended up with the possession.
And Christian taking that ball from the right, putting up to his left,
Yeah.
you know, and very, very, very aggressive, as I mentioned, going into the key, driving as much as possible, getting in, trying to draw the foul, showing his dominance, and saying, hey, get there. If you want to stand there, there's a freight trade coming, so, you know. But lovely, I see a call from one of the officials, 5. Okay. Who has 5? And look at that, 13. Is that 13 team fouls I'm seeing there?
No, player number 13 has two fouls.
My eyes. Because I'm wondering.
The Dragons actually have 5 team fouls, so they have to be careful. Any more fouls, whether shooting or not, they will be going. The Braves will be going to the line for them.
Yeah.
The Braves only with 2 teams fouls, so even though Christom is driving, he's not getting the fouls as the players seem to be giving him the way. You know, they don't really want to be in front of all of that. And that's muscle coming down.
And that's a traveling yet again, Coach Fergus, as I see.
Some stuff we have to work on there.
You know?
It's Mr. Kish Phillip. He didn't get to play in last year's tournament actually. Last year's tournament was only on Fridays. And he's an Adventist.
I know the days. I know the days when I used to do that as well. Boy, that sunset on Fridays kills you when everyone's out. But
it's part of the discipline as well, you know, faith, and we try to keep that a part of our.
What a lovely pass inside, and I'm telling you that young man has a different vision, and he was well missed.
Excellent vision, excellent basketball IQ, you know.
And also, if you listen to him a lot of times, he's always talking, always saying something inside.
Yes.
And that was a foul by Fenton. That was a foul by Fenton coming across there.
Yes.
So do we go to the line now? Rasan Thomas. Yes.
Yes. As we said, Rasan Thomas earlier, being a needle in the Braves defense.
Well done. And he has converted his first basket for the evening.
Yes. Scored now 20 Dragons, 15 Braves. Rashawn Thomas trying to bring it to 4. The second shot. And he converts.
And I think he's doing much better with the on the free throw line. Because he was struggling early up in the season in that area where he was not converting those baskets from the free throw line, but now he's finding his hand, and that's the next turnover again.
Too heavy on the pass.
Yes. As we look now, I see a lot of people are coming in. I do hope some more can join us, and if you're in Radio Land, feel free to tune in and tell others that we're here in Montserrat playing some lovely basketball, the Ascendant basketball. And that's a turnover again. Is that a turnover strip?
Yes, it is.
Yeah?
Stripped. Or ball stays. It was stripped by the Braves player.
Okay.
But Mr. Fenton wasn't able to touch it again.
So we're saying, please remember to tell a friend to tell a friend. Tell everyone that we're here. They can see some lovely local basketball here in Montserrat. And that was a lovely drive by Mr. Fenton. Going up, getting his hands up there, getting his play, taking that off the glass.
Exactly. Using his body to get between the man and the basket.
I've not seen much of Modric tonight, but he's doing his thing there. Half a finger roll off the glass, but he's missed. He's kind of quiet tonight, Mr.
He's struggling to find his shot.
Yeah.
He was struggling on the outside. He's now trying to penetrate, but not quite able to get the soft touch for the finish.
Is he missing his colleague?
It must be. You can definitely are missing their colleague, you know. But
and look
Mr.
at
Marvin again, yes, Brothers of Destruction.
Yes. And I
Created
know he
him.
wanted to dominate there, going strong on the rim, but he's preserving it for some time in the night. I love the 3-pointer goes up from outside. Mr. Fenton
Seconds
goes
left
in
on the
and
clock.
Magic has it. And a lovely basket from under the rim inside of the paint. So it's 18-24 with seconds on the clock. We have 3 seconds going down before the first quarter. And that was missed. And that's the first quarter here.
If you notice just now, Mr. Thomas did a smart thing to stand outside the violation area for the charge. Christian did weave his way around him, but he did put that block in the way to create just a bit of distortion to cause him to miss. Sometimes you don't always have to jump and swipe to make a difference.
Just
being
your
in
presence.
exactly.
Yes. And it worked just now. And that's learning. That's one of the learning point of the game, because when he came, he was very, as we would say, raw.
Indeed.
Yes, he was very raw, but over a period of time, he has now formed himself and gotten himself into a position where he's
a lot more refined. Definitely.
So he's doing what he needs to do and learning the game each time.
Indeed.
And very eager, getting it in. And as many of the players are doing now, we can say yes, we have a crop that we can look into and say yes, something is coming out from Montserrat. So as we end the first quarter, we are, is it 24 for the Dragons and 18 for the Braves? And we are here at the Little Bay, and I like to say multi-purpose playing center.
Yes.
Lovely, lovely, lovely. And we are here with the
ZJB crew.
ZJB and
Philo Magic.
Philo Magic. Is it Philo Magic?
Philo Magic.
Philo Magic Media. And I like to say thank you very much for broadcasting our game, not just locally but abroad. So now we are hoping that some scouts or some coaches and anyone out in the diaspora can say, hey, wow, something is going on here. Falling in love with one of the, trust me, I must say it, I've traveled a lot, and it's one of the best courts I've seen in the Caribbean, you know.
I've represented Montserrat on multiple occasions. It truly is one of the best facilities.
Yes.
Completely enclosed. The material that's used on the court, the surface,
we look. If you do it and you do it, we look like we're up there with somewhere in the college and the NBA kind of. You know, it's just
beautiful facility. Beautiful facility.
So we're still in the first quarter. We have 3 seconds before we resume for the second quarter. And
once again, the score is 24 to the Dragons, 18 for the Braves. The Dragons start this quarter with Mr. Magic Weeks. They've added Rashawn Fenton to their starting 5 for the second quarter. Mr. Kijari Kernan, Keanu Woods, and Magic Weeks, and Rashawn Thomas. For the Dragons, we have Wendell Allen, George, Devani, Brown is back in, Christian Moraine, and Kish Phillip over there in the corner.
So they disbanded the brother.
Yes.
The brother duo is disbanded for a bit.
2 of them are actually in.
Oh, they're still in. I didn't see him over there. Yes.
Mr. Brown drives through the middle.
And that Mr. Brown has some lovely hands as well as a young player as well. And a lovely shot. And that's a 3 all the way from downtown, converted from the Dragons.
Yes.
It's number 7. Yes?
Mr. George. I remember him as a youngster on the court at Braids, even before he went here in primary school. Before he could jump with 7-8 years shooting pure jump shots. I mean, he's removed himself from the game a bit as of late, but he's had the farm from a very young age, so it doesn't take much for him to get back in.
Yes. And as you can see now, the game has dropped a little, the intensity. Yes. I don't know if it's coming off of the coach have mentioned something to just protect the ball some more. And Rashawn Thomas drive inside, collecting that foul, and that's an and 1 by the 2 brothers. I wonder who received that foul.
Yes.
He's not saying who. I'm still waiting for
number
who.
9. So that was Mr. Wendell Allen.
Yes. and he's indicated. So Mr. Thomas goes up for his free throw.
One shot.
Yes.
Ball is live after the basket. Lovely rebound.
So as we go into the second half, and that's a lovely ball coming down the key. And Wendell goes up. Lovely release in the air. And he's asking for a change. He goes to the bench. He's asking for help inside. I see some movement on the Dragons bench. Mr. Fenton goes up, tries to turn, and he's holding the ball. He tries to get it to his teammate. But it's a turnover, and there's a...
I think the ball should stay though because it came off for the Dragons player last.
So Mr. Fenton is in for Mr. Allen. Twitching his ankle.
Well, in this case, the referee's decision is final.
Final, yeah.
Oh no, he's actually turned it over to the
yes.
Braves. When you saw Mr. Brown touch it there from my vantage point. So Mr. Week started on the base. The players have to be very mindful as there's only 5 seconds left on the shot clock. Or they've reset it to 14 actually.
Okay.
5, yes. So we have
Thomas drives and in and out. Unlucky there. And it goes over. The Dragons are in.
George through the middle. A low swoop there, but Kish Phillip with the steal. Very quick.
Traveling again.
Traveling call.
Yes.
It seems to be
Mr.
something that the
Fenton is
players need to work
disappointed
on.
in himself right there because he seemed to have total control of the dribble of that ball, but then moving those feet.
Indeed. Mr. Keanu Woods scored some points early for the Braves. Seems to want to get back into his rhythm drives.
Sure.
Call for the offensive foul. Pushed off a bit the smaller guy trying to take advantage. I've noticed a lot of the guys have been working out a lot more. Yeah. So the level of strength is also increasing. So Fenton there for the 3. George, good pump fake on the baseline, waiting for the defender to get off his feet and
I'm wondering
up for
if
the
he was
easy
waiting
two.
for that one as well, but then he timed it perfectly.
Definitely.
And I see some family members in the audience. I think they're looking to see if their children will be playing tonight because we have some youngsters on the bench as well. They have a good support.
Indeed.
Support base on the bench. So I hope some of these players can get in so we can hear some screams every time they touch the ball inside of the arena.
Definitely.
So now the ball goes to the Braves. And there's
so when the Allen steps back in for Mr. George, he called for the sub early. I'm not sure why, but whatever the problem may have been, the issue seems to have solved it. One good guard for another excellent player. Sikiana was directing the traffic from the top. Passes it to Rashan Fenton into Mr. Thomas again. Pump fakes, goes up and draws the foul. This time
Mr.
on
Fenton, number 10.
Yes.
He's indicating that it's him. No, but yes.
Number 10.
So Rashawn Thomas has added something into his game, going up
Indeed.
for the offensive rebound.
Taking that pump fake early. One dribble to the hoop, going up strong. Drawing the foul.
And there's something gone over to the desk. So I'm wondering if it's time on the clock or it's the time or adjusted for the score.
He seems to be clarifying who the foul was on.
Okay.
Mr. Kingsley Liebert, our referee added, our head referee for this game, is officiating this game alongside Mr. Jamal Wade and Mr. George Green. Fenton for his first shot, misses. Score currently 31-20. The Dragons leading by 11 points. The Dragons don't want to let this, the Braves don't want to let this get too far, even though we're early in the game, because the Dragons have a pretty solid offensive lineup. There seems to have been a lane violation, so that second shot would not count. The coach for the Braves over there seeming pretty frustrated at this point. His team struggling to find points. He has to be very careful. Last week, even the coaches were getting the technicals. You know.
Yes, so you have to be careful as well. And it looks like something is brewing here. But yes, we would like to say as well, for next week, as we mentioned before, a special for the parents, the mothers especially, to come out and support their child or children who is playing in the Ascendant on the 25 basketball league. Give them that support. Something special is in store for you. And I think that would be a good initiative as well, along with what's happening here already, for us to support. You know, just be that voice, be that.
So Ashanti must go straight to the hoop
and
dunks it.
And he dunks
Coast
it,
to
and that
coast.
was something that we've been waiting for, and the crowd goes wild. I think that's one of his
So Christoph
first
tried to come back and answer him with his own aggression.
Yes. And I think that's the first dunk for the evening from since I've been here. And he goes up, and they say traveling. And Mr. Green calls a traveling from that point. Yes. And I find
that dunk seems to have given the Braves a spark of energy.
Yes.
The Mr. Thomas and his development as well, in terms of his change of pace coming down. He was taking his time coming down, allowing the defense to relax, then just attacking him quickly. The rim and going straight for that 100% shot.
Yes.
So Roshan Fenton barreling down the middle, goes for the shot and draws the foul.
And I must say, Roshan Fenton, I admire his tendency to drive and has a very smooth layup coming from any angles of the court, from the base coming to the middle. And if you look at his conversion rate and his scoring for his team coming into the league that they were playing, he was one of the top scorers, and he was just layups, no shots from outside. Everything was inside of the key.
For the invitational.
Invitational, and I like that about him. He's very smooth, knows what he's doing, controls that ball in and out.
He also has the 3-point shot.
Yes.
So he has a few tools in his box to use.
And I'm hoping throughout this tournament we can see that those tools being used as much as possible when needed inside of the game that we're watching now. So now we have 31 for the Dragons and 23 for the Braves. And that was a turnover. There was no, I think that's Young Winspear checking in. Yes? Young Winspear checking
Joshua
in.
Winspear.
Joshua Winspear, number 6.
Up-and-coming MSS players.
Yes, only in second form. And he's playing here today, and that's very good.
In last week's game, he scored about 10 points.
Yes.
Very good for a rookie for his first game.
And a win,
this stage.
and a W under his belt as well with his team with a lot of experience.
Exactly.
Yes.
That's a good confidence booster for a player who does put in a lot of work.
And it goes up, and that's a 3 from outside, and it's
the Fenton again on the offensive boards. It just slipped away from him this time. I noticed the Braves though have switched and put one of their better defenders at the top in Mr. Meldrick Weeks to attack the ball at the early stages before they get too deep down in the paint.
Good, yes, because he's kind of isolated in this game from since we started as much as possible.
Yes.
So we hope that he can now get into the game. That lovely 3 coming out from outside, and a quick hands release up in the air, and Allen, is that Wendell?
Yes, Wendell, just a beautiful putback off of Joshua's miss.
And we say we have some lovely people in the crowd. We have some, as we say, we have some teachers, we have some parents, we have from the Red Cross, we have some nurses, and then the first aid. We have so many families checking in. As I say, I see family members there looking at their children as well. So it's a good look. And that was a lovely open play, and he passed it back to Mr. Allen, who goes up, comes off the glass. A very lovely rebound by Magic. Fenton has it, goes into Rashan, passing it inside, and a lovely pass and a lovely
beautiful
play.
reverse play.
You know, and that was a lovely workup play coming into the key. And wow.
Kristen, whoa, with the hop step, I almost thought it was a travel. But he got away with that one.
And that's the dominance. That's the dominance. Mr. Fenton outside on the kick, looking across, comes up. Can he hold it? Yes. Woods line him up. And
Magic down the middle.
And then you
to
have
Mr.
Here.
Fenton. He recovers.
Yes.
Mr.
Rashawn Thomas. And now it's a turnover.
So the score now 35-27. The Dragons with the 8-point lead. I noticed that Mr. Moraine seems to be a bit tentative on the defense.
Yes.
I don't know if he has a bit of fouls, so he's afraid to attack Mr. Fenton, giving him a bit of leeway now to attack the basket a bit more freely.
That's a lovely fadeaway jumper by Rashawn Thomas. And as I say, his game has been lifted again.
So
did they
football
give that the football? Yes.
Yes. A time out here from the Dragons coach.
And what would you say now going into the second half? Is that 42 seconds on the clock?
Yes.
Can you help me out? 42 seconds on the clock before we get to the second half. Right here at the Little Bay, playing multi-purpose. Complex.
Yes.
We have an exciting matchup against the Braves and the Dragons. And here now we have 35-27. And the coaches have pulled their team together for a team talk. Get the guys focused again going out. They have a task to do, and hopefully the Braves know that they need a win tonight because they're down.
The Panthers have already gotten 2 wins so far, almost securing the spot in the finals.
Yeah.
The Dragons have 1 win thus far, so
Yes.
tonight is a very important night. It's a deciding night for both teams. The Dragon will have 1 more opportunity.
Okay.
And the Wolves have already lost 2. So it's up to the Braves now to try and keep themselves in the game tonight, per se, to be up for the finals run on the 27th.
And as you can see now, Coach Fenton has his team, and they're tentatively looking at him, and he's looking at the clock now and wondering what play. Looking at Magic, as one of the experienced players. Maybe he's looking to him for leadership, going out there and executing himself. He's not being himself, but I know sometimes as a player, you need that spark.
Yes.
So maybe he's missing one of his spark. I'm just saying, and that's something because he's very calm tonight.
Yeah,
and I do hope he find himself going into the second quarter. Yes, because we have.
What I do like about him though is his temperament.
Yeah.
In that it's you hardly see him losing his cool.
Yes.
Pretty focused. I remember in that game in December, he was the one game that they did win. He was the one who actually pulled that rebound in the last seconds and got it across the court. It takes a good bit of patience and understanding to keep yourself cool, knowing the clock is running down, getting it to the right player at the right point in time to convert those very crucial points.
And I love his mid-range shooting as well. Definitely. He has a very good mid-range.
That's something that we don't see much nowadays, and to see a player really try to master that.
Yes. Well controlled and everything inside of there. So we are asked to come down to the Little Bay multi-purpose center as we have lovely Ascending basketball here. You can hear us to ZJB Media and Philomagic Media. And YouTube, so you can go and watch the games back. And I'm asking all of my students and parents to just have a look and let the students explain what's going on in the game, so they can tell you what's going on, and you can say, oh yes, and have a better love and understanding for a sports person across all the disciplines of sports. So we look to start the second quarter with 42.2 seconds on the clock and inbound to
4 minutes and 22 seconds.
Is it 4?
Yes, it is 4 minutes.
My eyes are
Joshua wins spear with the 2 points there. The youngster showing his worth tonight.
Yes.
So the Dragons now stretch it back out to 10. The Braves going to try their best to at least try to bring it into single digits before the end of the first half. Well, to Mr. Magic Weeks there got the score and won.
Yes.
Beautiful, getting himself in position. Like that talk with the coach worked over there.
Yes.
Catching his spark back again.
Yeah, and he was the last person the coach had a word with. So I see that has echoed in his ear, and he's doing something there to help his team, because most of these young players might be looking up to a player like Madrick because he has that overall experience. He has been there, he's been into situation, he has won some important games and also a championship that I've experienced.
Exactly.
Their team last year. So a lovely pass inside of the key.
He was a member of 2 championship teams last year.
Okay.
As a member of the Braves and also as a member of Drummonds.
Okay, yes.
Drummonds did win the
yes.
So he has that experience. He knows what it takes to go down to the wire. Joshua for the 3. Misses clean this time. Mr. Fenton, Mr. Thomas.
Yes. Goes up.
Apparently
picked up a foul from over.
He called for the over the back.
Yes,
and he
definitely.
did get it.
I was looking for that and I didn't see it, and I realized that maybe he was looking to see that happened.
Yes, Wesson Fenton shows the importance of a good basketball IQ on both ends of the floor. You know, ensuring that he boxes out. So even if they come behind him, they have to commit the foul to get the ball from him.
And this is a game that I love a lot because you have 3 eyes. 3 eyes with 6, I would say. 6 pair of eyes there who's calling, keeping up with the play as much as possible, coming in each half of the court. And look at that again.
So a call for the
traveling, you know, I wondered how many bags he wanted to take with him at that point. So we look at something, and it's a timeout again.
Yes. The coach seemed to be taking out Mr. Moraine there because he's accumulated 3 fouls so far, and you wouldn't want to get a 4th one in the first half.
Yes.
You have a 7-point lead, about 3 minutes and change left in the first half. You could rest him for a bit, bring him back in to the second half with his 2 fouls left. Good foul management, good player management by the coach. Putting in one of his other youngsters, Mr. D'Angelo Samuels from the MSS to, you know, get his feet wet.
Yes.
Get some experience.
And a very good player as well. So again, I would like to compliment the coaches for playing the young players, giving them that chance, even if, you know, whatever the case may be, is just to give them that feel to be a part of something special, a part of a team.
Indeed.
And you can see, you know, they can only grow from this moment into being better players. Letting the game doing the teaching as we go along.
Boost their confidence as well.
So you look at the 3, is that a 3-2 defense? I'm seeing.
Yes, 3-2. 3 across the top.
And
2 players down in the lane. The Dragons seem to be playing a bit of small ball.
Yes.
The guard is actually playing as the biggest player on the court right now. So we'll see how the Braves take advantage of this with the time they have left. 3 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock on the first half here of the game. Braves versus Dragons at the Ascendant Sports Under 25 Basketball League. Mr. Magic Weeks comes down. So Kiana Woods goes for the 3. Bounces off. Mr. Thomas again in there, creating some problems, but didn't quite convert. Mr. Allen lost the ball for a bit. Kish Phillip over.
And that's a lovely release. In the air release from our player number 12. I see he has a heavy banded knee right there, and he's still moving well.
Yes.
And that's a lovely move there from Woods through the feet going up, in and out. And
Rashawn Thomas again
putting up that offensive rebound. D'Angelo Samuels with a quick pass. Him and Mr. Brown. Little fumble in his hands. Ball goes out to Winspear, Joshua Winspear, who tried to convert. Two guys inside of the keep. They are going up. Quick release. And the two has been converted. So it's 41 to 32. And the game's going well with 2 minutes and 23 seconds on the clock. Magic drives, tries to drive inside. He goes all the way.
Oh,
lovely.
beautiful finish.
And D'Angelo Samuels with the ball now. He's double teamed.
Trapped.
Yes. And is that a foul or a jump ball? Let's see what Mr. Green is saying. And he's looking at Magic number. So that looks like a foul. So again, as you mentioned before, hope some of the teams, number 9, and that is his first?
Yes.
Is his first foul. Okay.
Played pretty well as a big man in this game.
So do we need to see more of that defensive play from the Braves to get them going as we say, lessen that deficit that they in now, or they would implement that going into the third quarter? What would you say he as a coach to the coach of the Braves team?
I would say now that the Dragons are playing small ball, I would pressure them a lot more. Not with the youngsters as well, who are a bit inexperienced. Try to pick up, they seem to be playing a bit of man-to-man before they get over the half. You know, try to take advantage of the inexperience, press up, try to get those steals early and prevent them from scoring and converting as best as possible. Every chance, every opportunity you get. Mr. Fenton launches to Mr. Kernan here. Too much on that one.
Devontae Browns goes and drives, forced out by Fenton. Joshua goes up off of the rim. Magic collects, and we go out Woods. Woods bringing the ball over the quarter, trying to drive, getting Mr. Brown. Magic goes up, and that's that release I'm talking about. And rolls off the rim, and Fenton. And it
beautiful
goes up, conversion.
Hesitation by Mr. Kernan there to get the defenders off their feet.
One thing I noticed tonight, Coach, is that there's no high press for the teams. Everyone's just allowing the teams to come with whatever they have, and it's working for both teams because they're looking at each player. I don't know if it's the respect they have for each other, each team.
I would, though, in this situation, utilize it somewhat.
Yes.
But maybe because, as you say, these guys are a lot smaller. They might be quicker.
Yes.
So the bigger guys probably do not want to risk getting beat early and then lacking and they having an overload down there.
When the transition comes along.
Indeed.
Okay.
All right. But Mr. Fenton is a coach who does use the high press at times, especially in the latter parts of the game.
There we have a turnover there between Brown and Winspear.
Winspear ran straight across without looking.
And we're talking, yes?
I was like, you have to be have your eyes open at all times and expecting that pass.
And I'm saying now we have young Brown who has just finished his secondary school career, and you have Mr. Joshua Winspear, who is in still second form, and the two guys are working out some sort of play with each other as their young team, and you can see the movements is there. Something is going up. Allen goes straight into the key and just release that one from mid-air again. Nothing but net.
Seems to be looking for the foul as well.
Yes.
So Joshua Winspear attacking the bar early. Daring the veteran to use it against him. 16 seconds on the clock, 5 seconds between shot and game clock.
And it's off. And when the Allen collects, number 9 going down, D'Angelo Samuels driving, because I think it's very strong. Lovely ball out on the top of the key. There, Vonnie Brown with a little fake. And it's an air ball. So that's now we have the Dragons 43 and the Braves 36, and this is the second half.
End of the first half.
And end of the first half,
yes,
sorry.
Indeed.
So what can we expect coming into the second half here, Coach?
If I were the Dragons, I would keep the pressure up. Now they have the opportunity to bring back in Mr. Moraine, have him manage those fouls properly. They could definitely use his energy going to the basket once more, drawing some fouls as well as on the defensive board. Mr. Rassan Fenton, Mr. Rassan Thomas took advantage of him being out of the game and capitalizing on some offensive boards there. For the Braves, probably attack the ball higher, as we said earlier in the game, so that they could get a few more turnovers to capitalize and chip away at that lead. It's only 7 points, but it could run away in a hurry if they're not careful. What are your views on the first half? And
very interesting matchup. As we say that these two teams will not disappoint us in entertainment value, and as you can see now, it's still close, 36 to 43. But I still expect some more coming out. I like to see excitement. Definitely. I like to see that little jam that Rissan Thomas put up there. I was thinking, as you could see, Marine tried to answer him back straight away, but unsuccessful. But I know his temperament going into this the second half. We will see something coming out. But
he actually got a beautiful alley hoop earlier from his brother.
Just relaxed.
Definitely. But and he does have that aggression. To attack and give you that level of excitement, as you would put it.
So it's a very good first half, and I'm looking for the teams to step it up a notch to give us that entertainment value. Indeed. And for those at home to understand, this is no joke basketball league right now. Our players are stepping up and ever learning each and every day, and as you can see, the development not just for the senior players but for the younger players. We have players here from the secondary school, as young as second farm, second, third, and they're doing well. They're contributing to their teams. They're being a part of something great. Indeed. So we can only say wish them well and make them continue in that part to show their excellence.
Indeed. Indeed. There are quite a few more MSS players with some very good talent, but a lot in fifth farm as well.
Yes.
One or two fifth farmers playing, but some of them opted out because of the proximity to CXC at this point in time. Yes. The focus that's necessary. Some players have it. Some players prefer to, utilize their time in different ways. Everyone studies differently. Yes. Everyone learns differently. So we wish them well.
Yes.
Both those playing and those who aren't playing in the exams, and as we say, education is an integral part of basketball as a part of sports as well. Not only just getting your grades, but understanding the game, increasing your IQ, increasing your focus, increasing your mental capacity. The speed at which you think and process information is very important. As we saw Mr. Wendell Lallen, he has very good court vision.
Yes.
Mr. Rassan Thomas, he knows where to be. Yeah. Knows where to be at what point in time. So showing that they understand the game and they can apply what they've learned over the years to the game, as well as mentor the youngsters coming up.
As Coach Skerritt mentioned early before, he's looking to have an under-16 league. Some sort of under-16 competitive game for these youngsters, so that they can showcase.
Yes.
What can we add to some of these young players for them to understand that, yes, if you're choosing basketball at this time, this is what you need to do, this is what you need to add, this is what you need to take away? What, in your view as the coach, for some, most or all of these young talent, what we need to add to them to go into a tournament so that they can have a feel playing?
I would say, from this point of view, the experience here, having them play a lot more whistle ball, even in practice.
Yes.
To understand the calls, to manage the temperament, as well as we notice, footwork.
Yes.
Is very important.
Yeah.
We've seen quite a number of traveling calls being made, so the players need to focus. That's another place where we need to focus, as well as passing. and court awareness. What I do like though is that we have the video footage
Yes,
now.
definitely.
So their style of play can be analyzed,
Right,
their
yes.
mistakes can be seen.
Yes.
So in the moment you might be mad at the referee because you're not seeing
See
yourself.
himself, yes.
So you think that everything you do is right. But having the ability to go back, having that feedback, perform some feedback analysis, make some adjustments to your game, look at your shot, see that, well, maybe my hand was a bit out too wide, you know, tweak your shot, tweak your dribble, look at your steps that you've been making. So if you're making a first step without the dribble and you've been getting the call made on you know that now I have to work on putting the ball on the court and still being able to create that space and get to the hoop, get to your spots, not necessarily to the hoop, because you could be a mid-range guy, 3-point guy, you know, without having those calls being made on you.
Yes. So as we yes, a lovely input there. As we get to the third quarter, it's the Braves. Is it Braves ball?
Yes.
See.
Braves
Yeah.
score once again, 43-36, and the Braves have started their second half with Mr. Keanu Woods, Sir Fenton, Sir Thomas. Sir Thomas with the steal, goes up, misses the dunk this time. Tried to give it but he's saved here by his teammate number 11, Mr. Kernan, with that nice toe off the glass.
Now what is happening? There's a
travel,
traveling,
as we spoke
as
of
we
again.
spoke about that travel, getting too excited with the basketball there now. As you say, now more than ever.
The Dragons coach seems to be calling a timeout.
Yes, Coach Skerritt has called a timeout there. I guess he did not like to see that easy two given by his team, not getting off the bench and not focus so early in the game, and he's nipping it early.
Minding them of the game plan.
Yes. So refreshing them. This is where we need to be, and that's what we're doing. So that's a good strategy.
Yes.
So you'll see how that works throughout this third quarter. And just started back. If you're just now sitting or joining us, we're here live the Little Bay multi-purpose complex.
Indeed.
Some lovely Ascending under 25 basketball. We have our young players here showcasing their skills and talent in front. Not so packed crowd, but we have a good attendance. And I know coming forward for the next couple of weeks, we will have more coming in, especially next week where you have parents.
Yes.
We're asking you to come out. Mother's Day special, so it's the mothers. It's your time to support your little ones. And he goes up for the three, and that's lovely conversion by Woods. A lovely three-pointer. What's that? 7
Yes.
out of 13, I think.
Yes.
And Christian goes up. Lovely, and Devon Brown tries it, and Fenton goes up with a spin, and they have it there. Woods goes up, gets his rebound, goes out to Fenton. Fenton drives into Moraine. Lovely release off the glass. He goes up again, touching
Pulls it back again. Really scrappy. Getting his feet in there.
Magic goes up.
Draws that foul.
Yes. And you can see he was glad that he received that foul right up in his face. Teammates giving him that pump fist, asking the guys to come out. So I was saying, switching, Green and Wade needs to switch, coming around, the officials.
Magic has an opportunity to tie the game here, just like that. They've cut the score down to 2 points. Missed the first one.
The first one, and that's not like him. So we know he's having a off day at the office tonight.
Exactly.
So I hope he has 18 or 20 plus minutes to make that to make that adjustment for his team. If they need to go over the hill, it's now more than ever. He needs to step up. So here he's at the line, number 9, Modric, for his last free throw, and he converts.
Utilizes within 1 minute. The Braves have cut it down to within 1. Score now 43-42 in favor of the Dragons. Mr. Fenton at the bench over there, the coach, seems to have given the Braves that formula, be able to cut back. Charged up,
Yes.
not having any of it, going coast to coast with that shot there.
And I find that that's one of the most used coming in inside of the key tonight.
Exactly.
And you have that, and also with that release, and and I love the no look pass over the head, and then it goes up.
Beautiful miss though, puts it back up again, and capitalizes.
So
Mr. Allen must be furious.
Just that sharp period now, the score goes back up. Driving Mr. Fenton, I think he was looking for a foul. Ball gets back in.
Oh. Mr. Fenton.
I saw him lifting me up, showing his strength.
Lifting the younger player off the floor.
And that was a moment there you can see everyone laughing and say, whoa, what was that? And I lift him like a baby, taking him to the supermarket in the pram.
Ball and man.
Yes. So at times you find some of that into the love of the game. And as you can see, there was laughter. Everyone's enjoying it. There's no animosity going forward.
Definitely.
And that's something that we love to see. So as we wait for the officials to clear up something on the line. Yes. The ball is inbound now. He has some lovely hands. He goes. Christian is looking for the ball. Quick play and Devon in the release. Quick. I think Marine is asking for them now to start playing the ball quicker and pressing them early. Let's get some turnovers inside. So Woods goes up. He drives in. He goes to Magic reverse and he misses. And he has the ball again.
Get that ball there onto Woods. Woods drives into the chest of Marine. Magic goes again and finally gets the roll that he saw.
And again, look at it, they're trying to press early and there was a whistle.
Seems to be a mistake by one of the referees.
Yes. So the ball belongs to the Dragons. I think there was a little miscommunication with the whistle.
Yeah.
So Wendell Allen takes the ball inside, brings it back in to Devani Brown. Devani Brown comes up, being marked by Woods. Lovely ball inside the key. Lovely move. Can they convert? And it's a little too strong. Marine gets the ball playing strong. Rasan Thomas gets the rebound. Going down, Magic goes out one-on-one with Allen. Allen stands and a lovely layup going in. And we're up again. The basketball seems to pick up a pace inside and Mr. Brown handles. And Marine goes up, playing strong, driving, asking where's the foul, converting that basket. So now we have 51 to 46. 51 by the Dragons, 46. And that goes in reverse.
Beautiful drive to the middle. Mr. Keanu Woods.
So yeah.
The Dragons though, they're not waiting.
Mr. Moraine comes up and a double and again asking where is the foul, but showing his strength. And Coach Fenton is furious about his defense inside. Not getting back, taking too long to set up inside. So they've lost some points easily going inside. That's Fenton step back on the 3-point, going inside of the rim.
Once again, look at the pace of the Dragons. As soon as the rebound is had, they're pressing. The Braves this time able to recover.
Yes. And Magic goes one-on-one with Moraine, and Moraine allows him to come up inside for that lovely layup. So now we have 53. The game start heating up, some more pace. And in the game, fast pace. Movement of the ball outside of the area. Lovely one to looking up, giving that no look, asking for that.
Good hands by Mr. Thomas. Pressing. They're trying to go full court. And he does. Coast to coast with the rebound. Bringing the game back to within one. The Braves once again sleeping on the defense. Mr. Devani Brown tried to take advantage, passed it out on the wing. Mr. Murray for the three. Misses.
And a lovely rebound by Woods. Woods trying to look for Magic. Magic has the ball now going up.
Braves finally trying to get the lead again from since the first half. And Magic goes up, gets it, and we have a lead change Second time in the game since the first half.
And this is what I'm talking about, Moraine. And is that
Moraine.
a defensive?
Would he be called for the charge?
And is it? And it's a charge, and he
Indeed.
has
Foul
thrown the
number
ball
4.
away. And I think they're asking.
Crowd seems to be getting into it.
Charging. So he gave that. Wood, yes. So we're looking for something off of the bench. I think they're wiping. Is they wiping the ball? Yes.
Yes. Mr. Woods with a very intelligent play. He knows that Mr. Moraine loves to dip his shoulder
yes.
and get into there. So he stood his ground. I mean, you are going to feel a bit of pain from a man that strong coming at you, but your team will reap the rewards.
We're here again, and the officials are figuring out whether by Green or Wade is saying yes. The boys.
There seems to be some mix-up with the officials once again. The Braves now with the lead for the first time in the second half. 1 point lead, 5 minutes and 43 seconds left. Braves 54, 53 Dragons. We're having an exciting game here, shaping up the second game in a row where we have some very close scores throughout the game. Nobody really stretching it too far.
No.
The lead staying within range. Magic passing off to Mr. Bazi. The nice crossover, got in the open space, but his teammate just couldn't hold on at that point in time.
And I see Moraine has now up to the bench, and you have who came in for him? Is it Joshua Winspear?
Yes.
Has
Youngster.
checked in, youngster. And as I mentioned before, I love that. And quick hands coming in, and a lovely fade, and he goes up, and he has his own rebound, the offensive rebound, and he goes back up off the glass, and he converts. And he's asking Mr. Wade, where's the foul?
Yes.
Where is the foul? But
There was
lovely
quite
play.
a bit of contact.
Yeah.
Stuck with the play even though he didn't get the foul. Oh,
Lovely
reach.
turn by Magic. Magic goes out.
Magic made him pay
Thomas
at that
goes
point.
up and tries.
Oh,
and that was
beautiful
a
block.
Get out of the park block.
Mr. Allen showing his athleticism right there on that one. He seems to.
And he has riled up the crowd. The crowd is looking for
Seems to be
plays
holding
like
his
this.
back,
And
wincing a
Fenton
bit.
goes up and goes off, trying to get up for the rebound. And
Goes
Allen
coast
goes
to
up
coast.
with a lovely layup coming at,
Definitely.
shifting it.
What I realize with the Braves, and they seem to be continually making that mistake, is either they sleep on the defense or they come back with their backs turned.
Yes, not prepared.
Mr. Woods there trying. Rashawn Fenton
Fenton
with
goes
the
up
rebound,
and
capitalizes.
yes. I love the
Lead
game.
change again. The Dragons back on top by 1 point. And so again, the Braves sleeping on defense. Rashawn Fenton with Rashawn Thomas with the rebound. Magic Weeks presses. Goes around, goes up for the tear drop, misses.
Simple
Ah.
and lovely. Rashawn Thomas goes up with a lovely off of the finger, so we have a nice little finger roll going inside there, converting his basket. Comes up again, a lovely play. Quickly. Oh. A slip.
Did get the shot there, but and the
Yeah.
hand one, but he did get a bit of a bad fall.
Yeah, I think he's all right. Wasn't intentional, that was a slip. So we look at that, and he has given a foul. That's his second foul, and that's surprising. Rashawn Thomas is not in no foul trouble tonight because he's usually aggressive inside, giving away some of those fouls. But I can say no, he can enjoy his game going into the fourth quarter.
Indeed,
And
he can apply the
yeah.
the pressure.
And in the fourth quarter, he can use that aggression to help his team to get over the line. So we have a timeout here down at the Little Bay Multi-Complex Center. It's 59 for the Dragons and 58 for the Braves. And if you're out there in video land, we'd like to say good night wherever you are. Thank you for joining us, and stay tuned and see what we're displaying here in lovely Montserrat, the Emerald Isle 1664. To all our families and friends in the different diasporas all over the world, thank you very much. To Film Magic Media and ZJB for hosting us this week. We were supposed to be here last week, but as you know, we had the coronation of the king,
Indeed.
so we couldn't. But I like to say thank you for the families and friends, parents who are here tonight and the supporters. Thank you very much for taking out your time and being here, looking at this young, talented bunch of guys that we have here, and keep supporting our youngsters.
Indeed. Some good basketball here tonight. We have quite a few lead changes now in the third quarter. At least 3 or 4. The guys have stepped up the intensity. The Dragons have changed their pace a bit. The Braves are attacking the rim more and converting more often than usual. They were missing a bit in the first half and a bit laid back. But they do see the trouble that they put themselves in and drawing it back. Wendell Allen here for one shot, and he does convert.
Yes.
So the Dragons now up by 2. Score is 60-58, and a risky decision here by the Dragons coach to put Mr.
Moraine in and Mr. Allen out, giving him some treatment on the line. So the coach is a jack of all trades, applying some physiotherapy inside there as well. Stretching those areas. Woods goes up for the 3 and comes off the rim. Magic goes up. Can he convert? And that lovely mid-air that I'm talking about. So now we're tied at 60-60 with 3 minutes and 48 seconds on the clock. Moraine comes up the court, setting up his team. 2-3 inside. Would that be a turnover? Lovely turn inside. Looking up off of the fingers. And he receives his offensive rebound. Mr. Fenton was looking to go. Joshua Winspear received that. He goes up for 3. Is it good? And there they have it. And Rashawn Thomas puts up that ball. And Fenton converts a lovely finger roll layup going off. It comes up again. Number 7. A lovely fade, but he was traveling. But he tried a lovely fade.
Indeed.
But it wasn't successful. And I like that these players are playing. They're trying to play. They're not worried about anything. And that's what we're looking for each and every time that we have our youngsters here on any playing field. And now we're doing basketball, and they're showing their talents as much as possible.
They're loosening up.
Yes.
Showing their skill, because using the different tools to get open. Beautiful defense there by Mr. Kish Phillip. Big rebound by Mr. Magic Wiggs. Goes up, put back, getting the offensive rebound. Boxing out Mr. Moraine, knowing that he's very strong. The only big man on the court right now for the Dragons, keeping him out of the play. Dragons attacking back.
I love it.
Mr. Brown thinks about it.
Waits. He had the opportunity to show, and I know he can shoot those 3. A lovely hands by Joshua Winspear. Joshua Winspear out, goes in, takes his rebound, a very good offensive rebound, and net yet again. Some easy offensive rebound there from the Dragons, getting their rebound and putting it up and converting. So again, we have a change inside, a lead. So we have the Braves 64. Fenton goes up and he's trying to collect the foul. So we have a 64-62 lead, Dragons 62 and the Braves 64. So now we have an interesting matchup going in to the fourth quarter, I think. So the fourth quarter would be something to really watch, with these two teams going at each other neck and neck.
Indeed.
And we have an exciting game going on here.
The players would have to show their worth, as well as the coaches, to see how they could guide the ship to show tonight. See who really has good control over the team, who can communicate with their team better, and whose team is more responsive to their direction tonight. Because close game, 2 points, 3 points right now, as Rashawn converted that free throw. Very good shooter. Converts his first one, misses the second. Moraine now. And that pace of Moraine and that drive, because he's saying, boy, I'm the biggest man here, let me drive. But then, lovely interception. He turns that ball over. So now the ball belongs to the Braves with 65-62. Woods bringing it in. Now is also an opportunity for the Braves to attack
apply.
Mr. Marine down there in the paint and try to get him out early, so that it eases the pressure on them and in the fourth quarter. Mr. Fenton drives again through the middle, goes up, doesn't get that. Probably was
This
looking
is
for
the
the foul.
transition play that I'm telling you about.
Beautiful pass by Mr. Marine. Thought he was gone. His teammate recovered. Kish Philip for the three. Bounces in and out. Misses. Mr. Woods down the middle. Trying to. Good fake. Nice hezzy. Steps up. Passes it to Bazi. Bazi to the corner to Mr. Fenton. Drake in the middle. Set it back. Reset. Need to watch the clock. Magic drives to the middle. Passes to Fenton. Beautiful pass. Draw the defense towards him. Got the attention towards him. Dished it off to his big man who's been performing all night. Managing his fouls pretty well. Draw this charge now. Trying to utilize his jump shot. Thomas again with the rebound. Running the court. Slows it down. Trying to do a bit too much there. Bazi with the shot. Misses. Fenton. Right place, right time.
Yes.
Once again.
Traveling. Double.
Yeah, getting a warning from the referee.
Yes.
Probably let him go on that one in the excitement of the play.
And I like that with the referee giving him a little prep talk, not pressuring him too much. He's having a good game. That might bring some frustration into his play.
Indeed.
So Leveland, Rashan Fenton getting a strip. Lovely turn. Can he release? Yes. Marine comes out. Looking for that drive. Goes up. Pull it up from mid-air.
Down with the rebound and the beautiful putback.
Yes.
No, that's once again the Braves seem to be looking for the outlet too early, allowing the Dragons to get those offensive rebounds. Even though you want the outlet, you want to run away with it, you still have to be mindful. Rastafen Magic again, finding his big man, stretching the lead. 19 seconds left by the clock. Shot clock is off. Moraine using up the time, seeing if he could get the last out of this, if you get a good shot out of this one. 8 seconds left. George with the ball, puts it on the court, drives. Brown into the corner to Moraine. He needs to put it up now, misses. And the Braves have taken control. The Dragons let their foot up off the gas for a little bit, and the Braves took advantage, taking it back from them. We have an exciting last quarter shaping up. The Braves lead by 7. 71-64 is the score. The Braves lost their first game. Dragons won their first. This is a rematch of last year's finals. Both teams, this game is pretty much a bragging rights game to see if the Dragons can overcome their rivals who snuffed them out in the finals last year, Some exciting basketball down here at the Ascendant Under 25 Basketball League. We'd like to thank our sponsors, Digicel, DHP Media, 664 Connect, Government of Montserrat, St. Patrick's Cooperative Credit Union, and everyone else who's contributed thus far. We also have ZJB Radio, CMFI Belize, Better Services, Hypnotic Entertainment, Nadine's Grocery, Mayax, as well as the Montserrat Tourist Board. Yes, some exciting basketball here. We're going into the fourth quarter. The Dragons are not, the Braves are now in the driver's seat, trying to close this one out. They haven't had a lead for much, but they have it at the right point in time.
And as I look across, I see Mr. Fenton, Coach Fenton, giving his boys the last instruction. And I think that I would think from my advantage point, our advantage point, something to do with the defense.
Indeed.
Yeah, the defense has been very, very loose inside of the key area. Too many offensive rebounds coming off, and guys are converting off of their own rebounds. So I think in order for them to get over that hill, we need to tighten up inside of that area as much as possible. But for you, Coach, what would you, for the Dragons, what would you be telling your team at this point?
I try to keep them as calm as possible. Remind them that we've been the ones leading for most of the way. We've been scoring, continue to attack the paint because as we see, Rasan as the center for the Braves just does not really have much fouls.
Yes.
So he has that advantage on them right now, but being able to attack him, continuing to press early because as we see the Braves are still being lazy on the transition. You know, so stay calm. They have Mr. Joshan Fenton, who's a pretty good scorer back in. They have Mr. Allen and the big man, Mr. Maureen, in now, who can take advantage of the Braves not taking those rebounds and capitalizing as best as possible on those second chance opportunities.
So seeing that Mr. Fenton is back in, I wonder if that is something that they use to give him that rest now so that they can put their most dominative team back out.
Good block by Mr. Thomas T. See himself pull something.
Yes, in his side, he's holding his side. So it looks like big man has a thing there. So yeah, so I see that they brought back out their 5 players, so I think it's here.
Yes.
it's
no or never.
No or never. So Thomas has
attacks. Misses there. Fenton with the rebound. Have quite a lot of Fenton. It seems to be a basketball family. And both teams. Mr. Allen now back in. Spins on the baseline, goes up, misses.
His shot, but he misses after rim.
With the rebound. He's being targeted, you see. The Dragons applying that pressure early. Magic Weeks down the middle. Trying to put that English on it. Fiston now driving. Beautiful
and that's
dunk.
the second dunk of the game.
Indeed.
So now within 3.
Yes. Keeping it close. As we said, apply that pressure early. Get the ball out of the Braves' hands. Good pressure by Mr. Jardish George. He goes all the way to the hoop, finishes, and just like that, the game is back to 1 point. Braves still in the lead, but the Dragons starting 5 is causing Jardish George again trying to get that steal, but it's called for the foul this time.
And Coach Fenton is there talking to his team again with that defense, again protecting the ball some more. And that's 2 quick turnovers, and in no time we are back now with 70-71. 70 for the Dragons and 71 for the Braves. The Braves are in control of the ball. Magic goes up, missing that easy layup yet again. And now George has it.
George
with that pump. And it's Braves ball. And, trying to showboating. So we have a little showboating there which went wrong.
Yes.
And Sean Thomas is being drawn out. I don't know if it's a problem with his hip.
Mr. Weeks, though, he has that jumping ability, and the last 2 plays, he's been getting there and trying to roll it off. He beat the space. He could take the dunk.
And that's a lovely 3 converted by Rashawn Fenton from way out. So he goes up to Devonnie Brown. Devonnie Brown with a carry on.
Yes,
so he's taking a carry on. A little more. He did not travel. He just carried it. So, yes.
To keep the ball below your shoulders, below your waist most times. It's a call that not really call that much, but when it's that evident, you can't let it go.
And I'm talking about calls not much. I've been looking at the NBA for certain games in the NBA.
Brown down the middle, beautiful putback. Couldn't get it to go.
And I'm seeing that certain things, even the traveling, the steps that some of these players are taking, and they're saying it's not traveling. I'm wondering, wow, if something has changed, or it's the entertainment value of the game, and they're not killing the flow.
Exactly. If you notice, the NBA games now are a lot more high scoring.
Yes.
The average amount of points from the games has gone up significantly.
Yes.
We have quite a lot of games finishing like 120s
yes.
and stuff like that. But they made a few rule changes to include like the amount of defensive players that
Players
could be in the key,
yes.
at one point in time. So now the key is a lot more wide open.
Yeah.
They've given them the extra step,
Yes,
as we spoke about earlier. And the referees are a lot more lenient just because of sheer entertainment value. Not wanting to slow the game down and stop it and stop that momentum that might be building with the crowd. What it does do though is mislead the youth into the actual fundamentals of the game and kind of throwing them off. So when because everyone idolizes the NBA from a basketball standpoint, that's the pinnacle, as I said earlier. But when they idolize the plays and practice what they see there, they end up playing in their local leagues, their regional leagues, the international leagues under a different body, and end up committing a lot of violations. And they would argue, but it's good as well for the players to understand the rule book and read the rules. That's a part of the educational aspect as well. And know what you're working with. Mr. Wendell Allen seems to have ironed out the creases in his back. Goes up for the dunk there. He's still showing that he's still in the game. Dragons with the lead once more.
And as you can see there just now, Magic, 2 to 3 layups have missed. And that's six points. And that's, what are we getting here? That's a defensive foul.
Yes, defensive foul.
Defensive foul. That screen was it was illegal. Is it Mr. Bazi? Not. Yes.
Mr. Moraine needs to be a bit more careful with his body control. You know, he's barreling in, dipping his shoulder. That's good in terms of making that space, but needs to be mindful of the man in front of him. You know, going up a bit more straight. You know, as opposed to just throwing your body at the rim. Yes, you can create that space. You're getting the player off of you, but have quite a bit of fouls, and you will get that charge on you if the player is both 2 feet planted outside the restricted area and you run into him, you will get that offensive foul.
And as we look here, we have some little side talk with the officials, Liebert and Mr. Skerritt. So you look now, Mr. Moraine goes up to the free throw line, and he has missed his first free throw of this quarter. We have 76 to the Dragons and 74 to the Braves. Very, very entertaining match with 6:20 on the clock. And the teams are heating up. As we say, this is something from last season. So these two teams at this moment is hyped for each other. And each team is looking for that bragging right for tonight. And the Braves need to win tonight for them to have a chance to go into the final, semi-final. So I think a lot is weighed here on the Braves team, who need to dig something deep out of the closet and get it up. Rashawn Fenton goes up for the three, comes off, rolls off, and again Allen converts. There's a little slip in the middle of the court. I hope the player is all right. The number 7, hope he's all right. So his teammates are helping him back up. I think he's good. And we have a timeout called by Coach Fenton. Coach Fenton with the lead early on is down by 4. His team is 74, which is the Braves, and the Dragons are now up 78. So now we have a match. We definitely have a match on our hands, and it's it's time management, coach management, team talk. Everything is throwing into the wind now. We still have some time to go, but now is the time to get a grip, or else the game can just go so far within your reach, far stretched, that your players will be frustrated and may lose that momentum.
Indeed. Coach Fenton over there, very animated with his players, trying to get their minds right, to keeping them in the game. You know, we've had quite a few lead changes, quite a few mishaps from the start of the second half. It's been tight so far. The Dragons wanting to hold off their foes from last year's finals. The Braves trying to save their hopes of going to the championships again,
Yes.
trying not to get a second loss in this, the Ascendants and the 25s basketball league. We start now out of the timeout. 6 minutes left. 74-78. Dragons with the lead, and the Braves here with the ball. Now with an opportunity to chip away at that lead a bit more. Get closer to
the crunch time.
yeah.
So Woods have the ball. Woods take it on, and he
he's
tries.
stripped. Rashawn Fenton trying to, and the Dragons now with another score, stretching the lead now to 6 points. The Braves have to be very careful with their ball handling. Magic to Mr. Fenton, to Mr. Thomas, over to Rashawn Fenton. He goes for the 3, misses. Magic is there though, misses. Magic has been a bit off with his
shooting tonight.
not finishing around the basket as he should. Probably a bit tired. He has played pretty much the entirety of the game.
Yes. I think it's a time for now to even give him at least a 2 minutes breather, because you will need him in the dying moments of the game. Bring someone off the bench to just hold that space for him, traveling, double, everything.
As we spoke about earlier, it's upon the coaches now to manage the players.
Yes.
Realize that he may be a bit winded. Maybe his mind is not so much in there. They did call a timeout just now, but just to give him an opportunity to look at the game from the bench's standpoint and see what would be he could apply himself a bit better and be more effective.
I see Coach Fenton has young.
For the
And there's a traveling, but there's a big play inside again. I tell you, Moraine has that drive and tenacity to continuously drive inside of that paint. I look again, we have a change. I'm looking for my young player, Rejan.
Indeed.
And I think he's on the bench scratching his head. I know he wanted to itch to go into the game, and that's a next turnover again. A lovely steal.
Dragons applying that defensive pressure late, ensuring that they keep the Braves out of the game. Stepping early, hovering, covering them. Magic Weeks again.
And that layup.
He's getting there, but not being able to convert. Good hands, and the Braves, Dragons, just like that, stretched it to 10 points.
Wow. And such a quick time. You see the game has turned. Wow. And that's
It's an offensive foul.
yes.
Wow.
Offensive foul call.
Everything going against the Braves right now.
And Coach Fenton is hobbling on the line, holding his side, and he's wondering where. So he's looking around, and again we have these players stepping up the game yet into a different level. The Dragons, when they're looking at the clock, using the experience again, frustrating everyone. I think that's a little off, but I think that was a chance. He was looking for Moraine to do something exciting under the rim, but they weren't working there together. You have coach now looking across at the teams, asking Modric something. Modric not responding, and I think yes.
I think Coach Fenton kind of exhausts his main guys a bit too much at times. So times like these, when in the dying minutes of the game, they're winded and can't perform at their best. The management by the bench of Mr. Skerritt and his Dragons is pretty much utilized his entire bench. Rested critical players at critical points of the game. You had the lead. Even sometimes when he was down a bit, he took the risk, let them sit, and trusted his younger players to manage it, which they did. They did hold it down for the rest of the team, and this goes to show that the Coach Fenton probably lacks a bit of confidence in his bench to take him through to the finals.
And I do hope coming into the next game, if he has a chance, he will utilize some of the young players who are there, who are eager and hungry to showcase their talent. And one of the free throws have been converted by Woods. So we have a 75-84 game. So we still have time. We
Quite
still
a
have
lot of
time.
time.
We have a lot of time. So a lot of people say, oh, no. Basketball.
Good
I
hands
look
by
at that
Mr.
again.
Magic Weeks
and
there. Too hard on the pass there by Mr. Rashan Fenton. Magic still, even though he's not converting, still showing his worth on the defensive end, you know.
And it shows that something can happen once you get defensive inside, closing them down early, stepping inside, forcing some errors and turnovers as much as possible. It's possible for the Braves to be victorious in this match.
Yes. It is.
Using the
Mr. Bone trying to get Mr. Bazzi off of him there.
Hey, what's that? Yes.
Travel,
yes,
he did come up off his feet.
Yes. I'll give him a tech. No tech?
He's being a bit lenient to them.
Yes. Well, yes. As we said, look at that again. The next turnover, if you capitalize on those 2 turnovers that they had,
don't need to capitalize on these possessions. Easy like that, it could be 7-point game.
Yes.
7-point game. Braves need to get a stop at least to make this competitive. And Mr. Woods with the steal, however, unable to stop it from going outside.
Yeah. So we have
So we have the Dragons now with the possession. Mr. Woods did get a steal there. He did take it close to the sideline. The Braves now appear to be stepping up their defense in an effort to claw back at this game. 3 minutes and 26 seconds, a lot of time in the basketball world to switch a 7-point game. Mr. Moraine there with his strength, using his speed and experience to get up there, finish and get the foul.
Before he even stepped into the key area there, I'm saying Mr. Moraine, explosive, and you're leaving the key
exactly
for this guy to go into. Again, not using up the fouls, no aggression with the defensive players. We should be now trying to make him uncomfortable, getting inside, but he's having an easy day coming inside there every time he drives.
One thing that I do implore my players to do is to step early, prevent that first dribble, prevent that first step, so that good block there. However, Mr. Woods got that rebound converted. He has an opportunity now for a 3-point play, get the lead back down to, cut 6. Into that difference by
1, and he gets 6. A 6-point lead. If he converts, no.
If he converts, 79, 87.
So the 7-point, is it 7 or 8?
7. It's 8 right now. If he
8
converts, it will be 7. He goes up, bounces around, and he does capitalize. The Braves have to be tough on their defense.
This is what we're talking about again. Sleeping, turning them, as you mentioned
Mr.
before.
Moraine to get that dribble, to get that step, need to be up. If you look at the difference, the Braves don't allow them any space. No. The Dragons, right then, converting. The Dragons step early, hustle them, making them pick up their dribble. You know, sometimes it's a gamble, because if they beat you, that's it. But it's a gamble with Mr. Rashan Fenton with the 3.
Yes.
Cuts it to 6. We have a game here. It's not over. Magic Week getting his hands there on the ball.
And as we mentioned before, this is where the game gets tight. This is where players have to stay focused and concentrate as much as possible, because one bad play can create a vacuum, and then you see explosion of baskets from one team. Frustration, as you say, turnovers as well from one team, and one team using that turnover and capitalizing as much as possible inside of the paint. Tonight, I want to ask tonight, what is the percentage of the shots coming from as you look at? Is it inside the key or on the outside?
Majority of the shots have been from inside the lane. I spoke to one of the players, one of the better shooters last week, and what the players seem to be doing is they are a bit rusty, as they would say. And they once they miss a few on the outside, they prefer to go on to the inside, find their rhythm, and then come back. Because like Mr. Roshan Fenton, he's been driving all night, but just now he finally stepped back out for his three. A crucial 3-pointer at this point in the game to give them a 6-point. They had a 6-point deficit from 10 just a while ago, and Mr. Brown just traveled on the outside, so he's given the Braves an opportunity to cut the lead to 4, and give us something to look forward to here.
A lovely finish to this game. I like to say to all the mothers again, I must say, and good evening. I know it's not 12 yet.
No, it's just about 12 something.
But I like to say from here, I like to say good evening to my mum all the way in England, Birmingham, Miss Pauline Humphrey. We know we're going through a loss in the family now, but I say happy Mother's Day. You lost your mum, my grandma. So I say happy Mother's Day to you. If you're listening, and everyone outside in the listening public, to the mothers. And we have a quick turnover here again on this Ali, and he Mr. Montserrat is saying, why didn't you give me that? And they're enjoying themselves. As you can see now, they're enjoying their basketball and not looking again for that possession.
Yes. Yeah. But stays with the Braves. Score back up to 8 points. Magic
fumbles at this time, and that's what I'm talking about. And Mr. Moraine is driving.
Once again, offensive rebounds benefiting the Dragons. And just to add to that, I must extend my condolences to you and the family and the loss, and say a happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. And Mr. Bazi with a big 3-pointer late in the game. Good steal by the Braves. They need to capitalize here. Down by 7. Mr. Woods losing the ball. He has the opportunity to reset. He drives, takes it, misses, and there's no one there to collect. It's like they've given up. Lead back up to 9.
That's what I spoke about. You losing that edge now, whereas you see Roshan going up with the ball and no one wants it. And everyone's giving up.
Big block by Mr. Roshan Fenton.
And I love that camaraderie there.
That's some respect, Sean. You're not doing this on me tonight.
Sticking him on the glass, and that's something that when you're playing basketball and that happens, it's exciting. Sticking him on the glass, and the two players just looking at each other and saying, Moraine looking at Mr. Thomas and saying, "Hey, respect. You did well." And so now we're looking at 1 minute and 22 seconds in the fourth quarter. The Dragons are up 95 and the Braves are 86.
Was that a foul call apparently on the block? The Dragons once again allowing their bench to have some time. Mr. Fenton doesn't seem to be letting go of it.
And D'Angelo goes
for
up,
the tree, misses.
And he misses. So now D'Angelo is into the game. D'Angelo Samuels, a young, exciting player as well. And he's now getting minutes on the clock. Yet again, it seems like on that layup by Mr. Fenton is missed again. So Winspear goes up, comes out for the 3, puts it up, and he has converted, and the crowd goes wild. And we have a parent. D'Angelo's mom is screaming, jumping, because it's the youngsters again, and he's playing big. Look at that. He's posing up. He wants the ball again, and he throws it up, and he converts again. And he's looking, and he has his fan club. And I say, well done, Winspear, Joshua Winspear,
young and upcoming star in the basketball arena. Mr. with the Euro, misses again. And Dragons are running away with this. Ooh!
And D'Angelo goes up and he hangs on the rim. And Moraine goes up and one. And now we're looking at that, and something I haven't seen in a while. It's 102-88.
Now, if I was Mr. Fenton, this is the opportunity
Yes.
to give the youngsters a
Just a
go.
bump, yes.
It's pretty much out of your hands. They're up by 14 seconds left on the clock. Give the youngsters some garbage time.
Yes.
Allow them to play.
Give them that moment. All right, and we have 102 to the Dragons and 88 to the Braves. And again, we can say it's all over.
Indeed.
So the Braves now have lost 2 on the track. The Dragons have won 2 convincingly as well. Fenton goes up for the 3. He puts it up and it's off. And is that a foul? Is that a foul on the... Yes, and that's a foul on the 3-point line. So Rashawn Fenton will go up to shoot 3 points, to shoot 3. Okay, he was fouled on the 3-point line, so he has 3 shots to convert to bring his team. He has converted 1, so now it's 89 to 102 in the 4th quarter with 20 seconds on the clock. This is his 2nd shot, and we're here, and he missed his second free throw. And we have a switch, and the crowd has been entertained tonight fully. They're sending on the 25 basketball league, and I see young Neelish is looking to be checked into the game if he gets some time. And Russian Thomas goes up big, he missed. Modric goes up with the rebound, offensive rebound, he goes up. And it's on 1, with 15 seconds on the clock, 91 to 102. And so we have young Neelish going on, and Neelish has a chance, and Neelish family is here. Dad is there clapping. I think that's what Dad want to see, and I see Mom with a camera taking out a camera. So these are the moments that we're talking about today.
Yes.
So for next week, as it's Mother's Day special, we're asking all the mothers, the parents, the fathers, the aunts, the grandmas to come out to the Little Bay multi-purpose or multi-complex center. And there goes young Joshua Winspear. So we're asking the parents to come out next week,
Definitely.
and support our youngsters. Tonight was a lovely game. We had a 102 by the Dragons and 92 by the Braves, with some young players. Young Joshua Winspear showing his teeth, getting up into the scoring. So I'd like to say thank you very much for all those who have tuned in tonight. You can go back and watch on the Philomagic Media. So thank you very much to ZJB and all our listeners at home. We thank you very much for joining us, and we're here. Mr. Burgos, you have anything to say?
Yes, I would just like to thank everyone who came out tonight, everyone who tuned in, everyone who showed their support for the youngsters. As we said, it's very important for them to boost their confidence, show them that, we appreciate them, we appreciate the work that they're putting in. We'd like to, once again, thank everyone that's helped us so far, all our sponsors, Mayax, St. Patrick's Cooperative Credit Union, DHP, Digicel, the Tourism Division of Montserrat, Philomagic Media, ZJB Radio, CMFI Belize, Better Services, Hypnotic Entertainment, and Nadine's Grocery. Exciting basketball. Come out. We had 2 very close games tonight. It got away at the end, but they were very competitive throughout. The Braves down a second one, that shows the competitiveness of the league in the champions. You never know who could win. You never know who could win. The Panthers with their second win tonight. The Wolves tried to hold them off early, but the game ended up getting away from them. Next week we say it's all about the mothers once again. More exciting basketball. Next week I think the Braves face the Wolves and the Panthers will face the Dragons. Potentially a finals matchup. So we could be seeing a preview of that. They could be facing up with each other, testing each other to see where they are in terms of what they need to adjust to face each other later down. Congratulations to the coaches of the Dragons and the Panthers tonight. Congratulations to the players for pulling off the wins and giving us some really good, wholesome, entertaining basketball tonight.
Yes, thank you very much for joining us, and do have a pleasant evening. And again, when Mother's Day comes, special love to all of our mothers. Thank you for what you've done. Thank you for your years that you've put into us and everyone else. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
I just like to say Happy Mother's Day to my mother and all of the mothers that have played a part in my life in terms of molding me into the young man that I am today. A lot of women have played integral parts of my life. So shouting out Mother's Day to all of them and to all the mothers out there. You know, you're appreciated. We do appreciate you. Without you, there's no life. So without you, there's none of this. So we give thanks and we hope that you enjoy your Mother's Day today and enjoy the life that you have and live to see many more.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey girl, no matter what you do, no girl can take your mind from you. Alright. Wow. We don't have no shame and pride. We don't have no shame and no pride. We don't have no shame and pride when we dirty and we outside. We don't have no shame and pride. We don't have no shame and no pride. We don't have no shame and pride when we dirty and we outside. If it's dirty business, we outside. If it's muddy business, we outside. Fire water business, we outside. If it's juve business, we outside. In fishing it back already.